Damon Phillips. I'm on the faculty at Wharton. I want to welcome you and thank you for coming. We are very excited about today's conference and grateful for all of the panelists and participants and for everyone here who decided to join us on this day. I'm officially welcoming you to the Second Chance Employment Conference. Some of you may know this is the second annual conference. We're building off of the great start that we had last year at Columbia Business School, and now we're taking it this year. Very grateful for that launch last year. A few things I wanted to make sure to just share on behalf of all the organizers. Today is a very special day. We are bringing together top academics, CEOs, people who have been directly impacted by the criminal justice system, policymakers, and we are all here to talk about what works, what needs work, and how we can work together. So we are very glad that you're here to join us for that. I wanted to thank a few folks. So some of them, you'll see representatives from throughout the day, but this what you're seeing today is a partnership. So I want to just thank our partners, the Business Roundtable, the Second Chance Business Coalition. Want to thank JPMorgan Chase, Ascendium, and Eaton as key partners throughout this process and going forward. So the Wharton School, we are here in one of our main buildings. And the Wharton School is really this great place to have these sorts of conversations. Not only is an opportunity to convene and discuss and to move the agenda forward, but we are also in the practice of preparing future business leaders, both the for-profit and the nonprofit sector. So those things come together. The program that we have here is called Wharton Works, which is Wharton Opportunities for Reentry Knowledge and Skills. There'll be other times for me to talk about what that is, but among the activities we have is we work with MBA students. About 3 dozen of them are sharing business skills with people who are either currently incarcerated or have returned home. The last thing I want to mention is that like a lot of conferences, the guy up here speaking really didn't have that much to do with organizing it. I want to just give a lot of shout outs for the event planning team on our end. Some of you have met Amina Floyd Murphy, who was at the desk, one of the people handing out badges. There's Maddie Summers, who I saw earlier, but she may also be working, and Farida Griffith on our side. So just thank you very much for coming. Very excited about what the day will be. I'm going to hand it off to one of our co-organizers, Dane, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good morning. That was weak. You've not had enough coffee. Again, my name's Dane Lynn with the Business Roundtable. I want to thank, like Damon, thank you for joining us today on behalf of the Business Roundtable, but also the Second Chance Coalition and our partners at the Wharton School as we chart a path forward with corporations and business schools to create employment opportunities for the 80 million Americans with criminal records. Let that sink in. 80 million individuals. That's 1 out of 3 adults in this country. Business Roundtable co-founded the Second Chance Business Coalition, or SCBC, in 2021 because we knew that many employers were looking for fresh approaches to finding and advancing. It's important that we're not just talking about recruitment, but we're talking about advancement, because it's through advancement that we create economic mobility. While millions of justice-impacted individuals were eager for a chance to enter the workforce. Leadership is a powerful force in business, and the CEOs of our member companies are committed to expanding opportunity for all and closing the wealth and opportunity gaps. Second Chance Employment offers a way to do both of those things. And when 85% of HR professionals and 81% of business leaders report that individuals with criminal records perform the same as or even better than employees without criminal records, businesses also know that they have a smart strategy for building a modern and capable workforce. 3 years later, our membership stands at 50 large employers that are committed to changing the narrative around second chance employment and implementing practices to increase economic opportunity. I think it's important to note that it's not just about the narrative. What makes a difference at the end of the day? Hiring people. And I think we have a lot of good examples that you hear me mention in a moment. Many second chance business member companies are represented here today, including speakers from JPMorgan Chase and Kelly, as well as from two of our newest members, Con Edison and the National Basketball Association. I know you will find their stories and insights instructive and inspiring. Business Roundtable partners in founding the SCBC, SHRM, the Pivot Program at the Georgetown University McDonald School of Business, and Stand Together, have also joined us here today. For those of you that are here today, I am impressed with the knowledge and experience represented in the audience. You represent business, academia, nonprofits, and government. And some of you are just as impacted yourselves. And many of you are the future business leaders in this country. All of us are here united with one purpose: to take a hard look at the state of second chance employment and offer strategies to take it to the next level. To many of us, second chance employment is personal. For me, it's about a family member who is addicted to opioids, spent time in prison, and continues to be burdened with the stigmas of addiction and incarceration. As he rebuilds his life, he's looking for a second chance to find stable employment. Isn't that why we're here today? To ensure everyone gets a second chance? That's why we're here today. We've all made mistakes. We've all been given second chances. Shouldn't everyone have that same opportunity? We're grateful to Dean James, the Wharton School, and the University of Pennsylvania for your partnership in bringing this tongue twister, second annual second chance event. Say that 10 times. So thank you very much. Let me now invite Heather Higginbottom, the Head of Research, Policy and Insights for Corporate Responsibility with JPMorgan Chase.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Dane, and thank you for sharing your personal connection to this issue and to this work, because this is a common experience for so many people, and it ties us together and it motivates us for action, so thank you. I'm so honored to be representing JPMorgan Chase here along with my colleagues, and to be surrounded by and in a room with leaders from academia, from business, from nonprofit and community organizations. I'm not going to add my thanks and bore you with that, but we feel it deeply, and I worked on Capitol Hill for a long time, so I'll say I want to associate myself with the thanks offered by both Dane and Damon, and we're deeply grateful, especially for the people who do so much hard work before an event, during an event, have planned for everything and any contingency. It's thankless, tireless work, and we're so grateful because we couldn't be here without them. The business case for second chance employment is bringing together this group and our leaders to talk about actionable solutions that break down barriers to employment for more people. This is something that JPMorgan Chase has been deeply committed to. And we often get the question from people, why is a big bank like ours so focused on this issue? Why are we really laser focused on removing barriers to employment for people? And the answer is very simple. We are committed to advancing a more inclusive economy. And for too many Americans, the very existence of a criminal record is a permanent barrier to employment. That's not good for business, it's not good for communities, it's not good for families, and it's not good for individuals. And that's why we want to take action and try to address even more progress, advance more progress in eliminating those barriers. JPMorgan Chase has been taking action, an active approach to this work. Over the past few years, we've changed our hiring practices. We've established partnerships in key markets to engage partners to help expand our hiring pools. We have used our voice and our platform to support key policy reforms. And of course, we've partnered with the Business Roundtable and many others to launch the coalition and work together for change. I want to just mention something that JPMorgan Chase sponsored and that we launched today. It's an art installation called The Waiting Workforce. It's right here in Philadelphia, and we picked Philadelphia. It's Second Chance Month. We're doing this conference. And Pennsylvania was the first state to enact clean slate legislation. So if you have a chance during your, either here local in Philadelphia or during your stay, please stop by the installation. It's on Independence Mall, and you can see this powerful visual representation of the impact that clean slate legislation and the cost of keeping people out of the workforce has on our economy. We know, we've experienced it, we're doing it, that when policymakers, nonprofit organizations, community organizations, business leaders, and institutions of higher education work together, we create powerful momentum for change. And we deliver results. It's happening. We have so much more work to do. And so we're so grateful to all of you for being here, for all of the work that went into planning this, and really excited for the work together ahead. Thank you. And I will welcome to the stage one of the sheroes of putting this event together from Wharton, Fareed Griffith, whom has been thanked multiple times, but I get to do it for you directly.
Good morning, everyone. Our first panel today, will be business perspectives on skills-based employment and second chances.
Good morning, good morning. Oh, come on, that's weak. Have you all had coffee? It's a real pleasure to be here with you all, and happy, let's see, leave that right there. Happy Jobs Day Eve. We were actually just chatting about the labor market right before we came in. As many of you all probably know, it's expected to be another, solid report, 200,000 jobs maybe, give or take. Unemployment rate staying steady below 4%. For well over a year now. All that's great stuff, but we're here today in part because we know that even when the labor market was so tight and unemployment was even lower, so that there were basically 2 jobs available for every 1 job seeker in the aggregate, that folks who have a criminal record, who have been incarcerated, struggled, even in that environment, to find employment, especially stable employment. And that's what brings us here, and I'd like to thank, of course, Wharton for hosting us. And I want to sort of slowly fade into the background here because we have actual business leaders and experts who I want to be the stars of the show. And I want to start with a question that can go to either of you, whoever's had the most coffee yet, I guess.
Lawyer.
What is the business case for second chance employment? Because that's really what we're talking about here, because everybody's nice, right? We're all nice. You could, walk out there into the lobby, you say hi, somebody will say hi back. Generally, if we could, solve all the world's problems and everybody could be fat and happy, we would all say, yeah, okay, sounds great. But we live in this world, in this economy, where at least for now, until maybe AI either ruins or solves everything, where we operate in terms of cost-benefit analysis and trade-offs. So with that looming in the background as everyday reality, when you're talking with clients, customers, et cetera, what's the business case for giving people a second chance?
Everybody looked my way, so I'll bite. And
Exactly.
There's no way you're fading into the background. You're participating. So first of all, thank you for being here today, and thank you for the folks on the panel, because this is obviously, for you, as you said, real to people. Like, it changes an individual's trajectory in life and how the universe can play out in their family and everything. But to your question, what would a rapacious capitalist say? A rapacious capitalist, I think, would say the fact is that 1 in 3 adult-age Americans who could work today have some sort of record. And the mere fact of ban the box is going to be, the mere fact of a box that asks that questions is going to be a barrier to housing, to financing, but certainly to jobs. And so I think, at a sort of ground level, individual level, if you want to actually go out and find and get the best talent, and again, if that's your only mindset to it, to cut out 1 in 3 Americans is crazy. But if you want to do it from an economic standpoint, I think our teams have estimated it's $87 billion in lost wages that's just left on the floor. Scoop that up, put it into various companies' pockets. That's not a bad day.
Yeah. And Johnny, I wanted to turn to you. Add on to what Stacy said, if you'd like. But then in addition to that, you are the head of a very, very big HR organization. Congrats.
On certain days.
You all talk about skills-based employment and hiring strategies. For those of us that aren't as familiar with sort of industry jargon, can you also break down what that means in practice in the context of second chance hiring?
Interesting. So let me just, as a follow-on, I think the most compelling cases for hiring, if you look at ROI, is we have 8.9 million open jobs in America right now. 700 or so thousand people a year are coming out of America's prisons and jails. So this real problem, like employers are saying they can't find the talent, and they're like, well, here's a group, and maybe they can't do everything, but they can do some of this and put a dent in that 9 million person employee gap. So just practically speaking, if someone asked me to, I know how much our members spend globally, not just in the United States, but globally, trying to find the best talent, jobs that go unfilled, et cetera. And so that's, to me, the most compelling argument. And then you say, how much money will you save by reducing recidivism, for example, by half? If these people get a job and have somewhere to live, then they're less inclined to go back, and we as taxpayers are paying for them. So there's all sorts of ways to make the case as a follow-on to that question. Skills-based hiring. So listen, the irony is we're sitting in a higher educational institution, and we have forever really, I called it lazy HR to be respectful to my colleagues, but we used the degree or not as a proxy for smart. If you had a degree, you were smart. If you had a degree from the right school, you were really smart. And if you were top of your class at the right school, you were really, really, really smart. And so that's just what we did. It was easy to do when you were in a situation where you had 1,000 applicants for one job. And that's just practically how we did it. Fast forward, we don't have that luxury anymore. Americans just didn't have children in meaningful numbers since the year 2000. So we're 2 decades into a birth rate problem. And there are places like Japan, for example, where they sell more adult diapers than baby diapers. Fact. And so we just have these demographic realities that tell us we don't have the luxury of excluding people, candidates from the workforce. We've got to figure out how to include people. And that's really what served as the basis for this real focus on skills-based. So whether you have a degree doesn't really matter. Can you do this job? And that has forced the HR profession. We have 338,000 members across the globe. 95% of the Fortune 500 are SHRM members. And so we've said we've got to figure out, if the person doesn't have a degree, how can I answer the question, can they do the job? And so that has forced us to identify the skills necessary to do the job, and in doing so, we will hire people. How does that tie, lastly, into this entire conversation around second chance hiring? Is a significant, just do the math, number of people who are criminally, or in the, they call it justice impacted is the term I've been asked to use lately, and they don't have college degrees. So even if you got past the notion of hiring someone who's been justice impacted, once you allow yourself to screen out people who don't have college degrees, you've once again significantly impacted that. So that's what it's all about. It's like, what's the job, and does the and does that person have the ability to do the job? Can we prove that they can do the work?
Yeah. I'm going to scooch a bit so I can see you all a bit better.
I know. It's like,
y'all are good.
The closer you are to him.
On that, though, I've been thinking a lot about consumer sentiment, business sentiment, and sort of some of the ironies of full employment or near full employment, as economists traditionally understand it. And one of those things is that people think now hiring signs are a sign that something is amiss, that something's wrong. But of course, if your business is doing so well that you can't quite keep up with orders, or you're so busy that you need more staff to, serve customers, that's actually a sign of strength. Within industries, people sort of understand that or deeply understand it. Economists definitely understand it. Does the median or average business that you deal with feel good about that as well?
Good about, just to clarify, good about?
Essentially, is the labor shortage, so to speak, whether it's folks that aren't just as impacted that are, is it still like, all right, well, this is a problem, but of the problems we could have, we'd rather have this one? Or is it seen as just as frustrating as, an economy that isn't as strong as it's been since the reopening?
So it's better than it was. You would imagine 3 years ago we were in the middle of the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, et cetera. People were walking off the jobs. Wage inflation was going through the roof. And please don't take any judgment. I think people need to be paid with living wages if you want them to go to work and be productive and live good lives. So what has happened now, relatively speaking, we feel better that the market has slowed down some, because we were literally almost at the point of hiring if you had a pulse. And that's really funny that I mentioned that. That's how we got, I believe, a lot of the momentum behind second chance hiring, is because we didn't have the luxury to just tell people you can't work here. We actually were willing to take chances on people because we had ultra low unemployment rate. Businesses will say, we didn't want to go back to that. We'd actually prefer where we are now. You're at Kelly, so you actually know this better than any of us.
Yeah, 100%. We had got to a point where companies had gotten desperate, whether they wanted to admit it or not, and to the point where it was like, hey, by any means necessary, we need talent. So when you start talking second chance hiring, a company may have been averse to that in the past, so now willing to listen, and they're opening up to that to say, okay, what does that mean exactly? Now, that still comes with some biases, right, and there's some education there. And one of the challenges we had on the forefront of that is even these companies that really wanted to change that narrative to say, okay, we're open to that, they wanted to put people at the bottom of the barrel jobs. Right. So that was one of the problems we had to overcome as well, but that 100% was reality.
And Mr. Ratliff, have they been pleasantly surprised by the work product of those that they, in some senses, were forced to give a second chance?
100%. So one of the luxuries, right, and one of the scary things at the same time is that many corporations, when you talk to them about the population in the market, don't truly understand what's out there. They don't understand what's misrepresented or underrepresented that they weren't even focused on. As you mentioned, the 1 in 3, they don't understand that 1 in 3, right? So they think of the 2/3 of that. And so when you start to open them up to educate them and say, hey, there's a whole nother population out here, then you start to get into some of those other conversations about, hey, I hire this population in, what's going to happen, right? Are they going to cause problems? Are there going to be challenges, right? Do I need to follow people around and make sure that, we're not going to have issues? Are we going to have violent activities within our workforce? Right. And what we found, and now I'm so proud that we're able to show proof of concept with data and stats, is that you actually have a much more productive population when you open it up to that. And now we have the data and the data that can show that. So now when we go to a customer, we can say, hey, we've done this many, many, many times. Let us help you understand what this looks like. So it's a different conversation now.
And they retain longer.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's the one nice thing.
100%.
There's not a big market. They can't walk out tomorrow because the next employer actually works for us, might discriminate against you, so therefore you stay with me a little longer. I want to there's something else that's really important. Our data at SHRM, we do a lot of collecting of data, as you imagine, on workplaces around the globe, and we learned something. For a long time, the perception was, and probably in actuality it was, HR was the gatekeeper. We were refusing to consider people without it. Let me tell you what the data will tell you now. Surprisingly, it's the employee. It's NIMBY. Yeah, I want you to hire the formerly incarcerated, but not to sit next to my daughter. That's our biggest pushback, is that the person next to you goes online and does a background check, and you don't have to hire now. Back in the day, you had to hire to do background. You just do the Google or AI or whatever, or Gemini, whatever, and you pull it up. And so all of a sudden, you're like, I don't feel comfortable working with that person. and then they make it, you want to talk about a hostile environment, they make it really uncomfortable. We have countless examples where the company has made the decision to hire the formerly incarcerated, but no one feels comfortable working with those people. So we also have to work on narrative shifting with our employees. Management is there in many instances. Many of them have signed our pledges and said they'll hire, but I can't tell you the number of times justice impacted people will report to us that the real pushback comes from when their colleagues learn about their background.
That reminds me of two things I want to get to, so I'll put a pin in it, as we all say. But the broader conversation that comment reminds me of is how much things have changed or not changed since, let's say, the late 2010s, and 2020. We were talking about this a bit outside, Stacey, how second chance employment as a movement, so to speak, really gained a lot of steam in the tight labor market in the late 2010s. Then we have the pandemic occur. We have the reckoning that appropriately followed the death of George Floyd and the movement that came after. We saw a lot of support for diversity initiatives, and not just within how we police our cities, but also within corporate America, et cetera, all good things. Unfortunately, there was also a crime wave that did occur, and I wonder, when you all are in private, off the record, with folks, or talking to potential donors for the sort of charity arms, foundational arms of your organizations, whether the tone has shifted or whether the faucet of funding has dried up a bit. Am I overreacting? Am I over-worrying? How help us gauge?
Yeah, so yes and no. So no, you're not overreacting. There's an enormous pushback against everything that you said that is well-funded, well-coordinated, and absolutely terrifying. And and I don't think I'm just over-caffeinated or optimistic this morning. I think success breeds success.
Yes.
And the reality is, today, the hires at JPMorgan, 10% of our incoming hires in the United States last year were, had some sort of record. Right. And the not in my backyard point is a super important point. And I give a lot of people that, both folks on this panel and other people who are in this room, credit for giving us advice along the way, because knowing that coming in, we really leaned into it, and you can go onto JPMorgan Chase's internal website, and in any given month, particularly this month, you can see the stories of real people who've been successful. And it's just like anything else. You make it an actual lawyer in my group, which I have, who's, truly successful. And it starts to push against that. So, listen, what is going on in the world and the well-funded intention to push back against some of the gains we've made across a variety of stripes, including this one, is really happening. But the traction you are gaining that I can see in our institution, and one of the founding members of the Second Chance Coalition, I think we now have 46 large companies. The traction we have of successful, well-retained, talented employees, again, I think companies are where there's success breeds success. And so I am generally optimistic, yet wary.
Yeah, and rightly so. I can tell you the data would suggest, though, that you're right. Absolutely, the horse is out of the barn, and we're not convincing people anymore that you need to do this. But hiring managers are individuals. They're people, too. And to the extent they become victims of crime, they become a lot less tolerant of the person sitting across from them having the justice impacted. And we won't often tell you why. They just will look over that candidate. So our data is beginning to indicate less actual hiring. So yes, talking about a commitment to this, and this doesn't apply to JPMorgan. I hired someone, this is classic, who had just been released from prison for sexual assault. That's a pretty big deal. And let me tell you, I'm 88% female. All hell broke loose in that building. Let me tell you, as a CEO, you make that decision. There are folks who say, are you serious? I said, but guys, we have to walk the talk. You can't just talk about people who wrote a bad check. When we say hiring the formerly incarcerated, after someone has served their time, we can't keep resentencing them. But I had to convene my employees because, and with empathy, understand that women were naturally fearful of this idea. How dare you bring a man into this building who had not just been convicted, but served a lengthy sentence. And the feedback was, well, Johnny, give him a couple of years before we need to make sure it's safe. I said, well, how the hell is he supposed to eat for those couple of years and provide for his family and pay his fees to the court system? I said, we've got to get past this. So I just would ask you, as to remind everyone, there's some easy hires.
Yes, I agree.
And then there's some really tough ones. And you're going to be judged. You're going to change the organization's culture when you actually take on the tough ones. If we say that someone is deserving of a second chance, we have to mean that.
I'm really interested in terms of this C-suite perspective on this from a diversity standpoint, which also for you has to do with operations, right? You have to operationalize all these sort of up in the sky ideas that we're discussing here, just like you have to had to operationalize it as well. I wonder what it's like when you run up against folks who didn't just get caught with an eighth of weed in 2011, but also I think a lot of people from our community, the three of us, don't have the sort of dialect or a way of walking or a certain kind of posture that automatically reads as professional. A lot of those same people also have experiences with the carceral system, and I wonder on those parallel tracks, the work that you try to do, which I imagine can be tough at times, of trying to make sure that firms are also inclusive in terms of different ways to communicate and speak, which don't automatically read as corporate America friendly.
So coming from the staffing industry, so Kelly Services, if you don't know, is a global staffing company, and so we kind of have this, I call it a blessing. Sometimes people tell me it's a curse, but we sit in the middle of our customers as well as the talent in the communities, right? And so for us, it first starts internally. So when we start talking about second chance hiring, our CEO has to believe in that. Our senior leadership team has to buy into that. We, as you mentioned, we have to kind of walk what we talk, right? And then talk what we walk. And so when we go talk to customers about that, and we have those, y'all hear me?
Couldn't hear you.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, your mic's
Yeah. Upgraded.
Speaking so much heat, it went out. No, just kidding. No, so when we start talking to our customers, though, right, sometimes it's very, very easy to talk to the wrong person. Because when we first started our journey at Kelly, we would be talking to, say, purchasing, for example. They may not be aligned with operations, who may not be aligned with HR, who may not be aligned with other individuals in the organization. So one of the things that we started to talk about and started to preach was governance. Really having those governance conversations to make sure we understood the mission. Because if you really think about it, right, if we're going to keep it real in this room, so back in 2021 is really when this, in my world, really got hot and heavy around hiring. And again, like I mentioned earlier, some of it was desperation. But when we would get into the boardroom with different corporate leaders, they really had a check-the-box mentality. They didn't have a strategy. They didn't know what to do. They just basically was like, okay, hey, let's figure something out. We need talent. And then they were open to anything. You could put anything in front of them and say, all right, let's talk about it. But strategically, they really didn't know what to do. And we see today, so in 2024, we're starting to see that fatigue a little bit with regards to what their focus is, what they want to, look at as it relates to second chance hiring. And we start talking about activism, right? And what are we doing this for in the first place? And how do we get in front of the communities to really have an impact as it relates to the impact and ROI that we have on the businesses? Because that's something that for the longest time, many corporations don't understand how to correlate and integrate it. So we talk about operationalizing. Many companies don't know what that means. They're just saying, hey, we're doing good. We think we're doing good. We think we're doing the right thing. And so what we try to bring to the table is to help them understand the benefit of this and the fact that second chance hiring is actually an asset, and really helping to educate them on how that can be an asset for the corporation.
Yeah, I absolutely understand the logic of that, both on a human level and just economically. The more folks that we have operating themselves in a productive capacity, contributing to the economy, having higher salaries that can turn into, being able to go to the movies, buy your kids an extra pair of shoes, right? That all ends up fueling the consumption services-based economy that we have. So there is a way to look at this and see how it indeed can sort of have this positive feedback loop. And, knock on wood, I'm working on a story right now where I'm suggesting, with a question mark, whether the traditional business cycle as we knew it may have ended, in the sense of, for all sorts of reasons, globalization, the maturation of central banks. What if we don't necessarily need to depend on every 7 or 10 years, barring a pandemic or something like that, a sudden crash because of too much risk taking that then causes unemployment for everyone, but especially marginalized communities, surges upward. If that is the case, and I wonder if this is the key ingredient, it may just be that we need more time, maybe within a lengthened business cycle, so that by the time we get the unemployment rate down, and hopefully it stays down, more and more of these folks have a chance, and not only have a first chance once they get a second chance, but then are able to actually get promoted and actually become managers who, once they're in decision-making roles, will be able to see, there's hope for folks like this. So that's like my my utopian vision. Tell me how that could be right, business cycle prognostication or not, and then what not keeps you up at night, but bumps in the road that you could see occurring that prevents that sort of quasi-utopian vision from happening. And please, all three of you, when you get the chance.
I'll be transparent. I think you just gave me a takeaway, because I think we've been measuring the longevity of our second chance hires, but I don't know that we've been measuring promotion.
Right.
And I think it's another reason why events like this are super important, to sort of get a broad set of views, because certainly agree with your point. The more firmly people are anchored into their success if that moment happens. I may have the boss call you later about quantitative easing, but if that correction happens, the less likely we have to go all the way back to start, as you roll through that cycle. I am 100% sure, without even looking at the data, that probably the rate of promotion is not as high, for all the reasons we just discussed. But I think going back to sort of the lessons of not 2010, but the murder of George Floyd and other things, I think one thing that institutions have started to do is really focus more on outcomes rather than efforts. And it's nice to have an event where you talk about it, but if you haven't hired anybody, and your point is next step up, if you haven't promoted people and they aren't thriving in their jobs, are you really accomplishing all you need to accomplish? Because if they really thrive, and those are the outcomes that are coming out of this, whatever the cycle is or isn't, people will be better off. So I think the honest answer is that's a good takeaway for me.
I would just tell you that our data suggests actually that we don't have a promotion problem. And I don't mean just within SHRM. I'm talking the workplace. The biggest obstacle is getting the person to hire someone. So we have a campaign that says, hire one. That's all. And we have found that once you've experienced that person, for the reasons that the data will tell us they perform as well or better, you will retain them. They're not going to be pressuring you over money all the time. Now, they want a living wage, but they know the circumstances they find themselves in. When you have all of that at play, that person naturally, the guy that I mentioned, the gentleman who had been convicted and served time for sexual assault, was promoted twice in 3 years, and I had nothing to do with that. The organization just saw him doing incredibly. My staff was over here saying, yeah, it really did happen. And then at some point, people were okay with him, and he was being promoted. So the biggest obstacle for me, and I would encourage you all, hire one. Not as your end game, but to begin the process. And people began experiencing work, and they're like, oh, that person isn't so bad. And by the way, we've seen this in history. We hired one woman. We hired one black. We've been here before as a society where you had to convince people, hire one gay person. And then like, oh, this was okay. And not so bad. And that's where the world is coming. So I would encourage us, if you want this utopia, I would love it if you just do it one person at a time. And they perform well, and then they're promoted, and life goes. Maybe I Pollyanna, but I think the early indications are people are not being brought in and not being allowed to promote, which is different in some other areas, some other dimensions of diversity, different dimensions. You see a different issue, but we've not seen that here.
Well, we kind of looked at this two ways. So when we integrated with customers and said, oh, we're going to implement a program where we're going to do second chance hiring, there's some customers that and companies that their focus is on wraparound service, right? So we want to know who we're bringing in, how many, where they're at, let's track promotion, et cetera. We also took a second avenue to say, hey, we're not going to do wraparound. We're bringing people in. It's basically there's going to be a part of the community. People aren't going to know who's who and who's coming from where, right? And when we did some research on that population, to your point, we've seen our fill rates go up 25%. So if I go to a customer that's thinking about this and I say, hey, do you understand if we open up to this population, your fill rate will go up 25%, your cycle down will go down 7 days, and your turnover will go down 3%? That equates to dollars to a lot of, operational communities, and they start to say, well, wait a minute, really? And then when you start talking about, okay, well, what is going to happen when we bring them in? When they don't know who's who, they have to treat everyone equally, right? So it's a different mindset, and the paradigm shifts when you start talking like that. So to your point, maybe there's a takeaway to really go back to see, okay, who was promoted where, et cetera. We have 25 customers where we implemented that at today, and I can tell you there's been 0 incidents. No negative, violent, criminal activity or incident has happened within those 25 customers. But from a success perspective, I can guarantee you, to your point, the data shows that all these people are getting promoted, they're moving throughout the organization, and they're improving the communities. So it's interesting to look at it from that perspective 2 ways, because I would argue that, I would say we're already in that somewhat utopia if you implement a second chance program.
Thanks, Pat. I will say, just to your point about 0 incidents, let's also not hold these people to a standard that we don't hold other people, other groups.
Every small town has a jail.
Because everyone's looking for that one, I hired one person and she did. Listen, a whole bunch of people commit crime. It is sad, for good or for bad, most of us don't get caught in it. But the reality is you have to be really, really careful, and this goes back to the level setting and the tone at the top of the organization to say, yes, folks are going to make mistakes. And actually, I stopped using second chances because some of these people need third and fourth chances. Mm-hmm. Life happens, right? For a myriad of reasons. And so I was clear with the team. We can do everything we can, but we have people who literally have no criminal backgrounds who come in here and steal blind too. So stuff happens, and don't require this community to have a perfection standard, because now you're setting yourself up, and the organization, someone's waiting to say, see, I told you. And that will undermine your entire effort. So I'm unapologetic when I hire, and I say, I hope it works. And by the way, I felt that way about you who didn't have a background check, but I hope it works. Maybe it won't.
Well, on a note of both intellectual humility and generosity, I want to thank all 3 of you and all of you in the audience for being here today. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you all.
If I can make a friendly reminder, if you have a drink, can you make sure there's a lid on your cup, just so that there's no spills? Thank you so much. One day. Next up, we will have the economic perspectives on second chance employment. You can clap.
All right, you're not clapping for me. I'm the intermediary here. I'm Ken Shropshire. I'm the faculty director of the Wharton Coalition for Equity and Opportunity and a longtime professor here. There's a quote that I was reminded of as I was thinking about this. Things that never happened before happen all the time. And this is something that I thought would never happen in this place and certainly not this content. And I'm pleased to just have the opportunity to introduce two of my good friends, one longer time than the other, both having had the power to fire me at various times, so I'll try to be great about this. First, our guest, Patrick Harker, who is the president of the Philadelphia Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. It's kind of odd to call him a guest because he has a room upstairs named after him, and he was a longtime dean here, but we welcome him back. Prior to the role with the Fed, he was the president of the University of Delaware. He has a unique background. Beyond that, we were joking about his glorious football career here at Penn, and when he was on the faculty, we battled over who was the best former athlete, so it's always good to have him back here. I guess the one connection I'll make, he was also an assistant to the director of the FBI following being a White House fellow, so he's got a little law enforcement in him as well. Also, I want to welcome and thank Dean Erica James, my new boss, who's able to fire me. She's the current dean here, and I think the title of her latest book, The Prepared Leader, Emerge from Any Crisis More Resilient. I don't know what's the plural for crisis. Emerge from any crises more resilient. So certainly her opportunity to lead here has given her a chance to add even more chapters to that book. Prior to coming here, she was the dean at the business school at Emory, and her scholarly work focuses on organizational psychology, including the crisis work, workplace diversity, and management strategy. So their conversation is going to be on the important topic of economic perspectives on second chance employment. Dean and President.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I echo Ken's remarks that I think there would have been a time, perhaps not that long ago, where this conversation would have seemed impossible to be in this forum. So we welcome you and appreciate your engagement in this topic with us. And welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
How's it feel to be back in your old
It's been
stomping
great.
grounds?
Yeah, it's been great.
Good
It's a little
to have-
creepy if you go upstairs and see my portrait. Don't go do that.
Well, listen, we're thrilled that you are taking some time to talk with us about the impact, the economic impact of second chance employment. And I think we should set the stage first by just talking more at a macro level. Given the work that you do, the leadership role that you have with the Fed, help us understand what the state of the economy is and the current labor market trends that you're seeing.
So there's one word, I think, for the U.S. economy that resonates with me. It's resilience. You think about what we've been through. We've been through black swan after black swan, these random events that keep hitting us, and we've come through this as the strongest economy in the world. And that's due to a lot of efforts by lots of people all across this country. And so we are in a place, it's not perfect. Inflation's still too high, and I want to be very clear. Oh, by the way, I should say, these are my thoughts only, not the thoughts of anybody else in the Federal Reserve System or on the Federal Open Market Committee. In other words, you can say Pat said, you can't say the Fed said, okay? That's the rule. That's our deal. So I look at this economy and say, we're not where we need to be. Inflation is still too high, particularly for the ALICE communities, the asset-limited communities and income-constrained. If you think of food, shelter, transportation costs, still too high. We're working, but it's coming down, and it's coming down in a way where it is still creating jobs in America. we are still running at a job clip that actually, if you look at over the last couple of years, the number of jobs we've been creating month by month is higher than pre-pandemic. So we are continuing to provide opportunity. The challenge, and we can get into this later with the labor market, is making sure people have the right skills and we get people off the sidelines in various ways into the workforce. Because still, it may not be the number one complaint I hear from business today, but it's still in the top 3, is I need more people. And so that's why this conversation, I really applaud the school and the partners that you have for making this event happen today. This is a critically important topic.
I just want to pick up on that because one of the new areas for tapping talent is clearly citizens who are reentering the workplace. And I think that becomes even more critical as we think about what's happening with immigration, because that used to be a source of talent for us, and now it's increasingly questionable. So I think the more we look at all of the options that are available to us, the more we will set up society for success.
Absolutely. And so I think about this in this event, but it's more than just this event that the school's involved in. So I want to ask you, I mean, you've been involved in a lot of things here, like the Wharton Opportunities for Reentry, Knowledge and Skill, the WORKS program, the Resilience Education, your Coalition for Equity and Opportunity, Ken is leading. So talk to me about how you thought about starting those and what it means now that in some ways, let's face it, I mean, the George Floyd moment is fading in people's minds in some ways, but the issues are still there. So how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's, so I started as dean here in 2020, and so what most of us remember about 2020 is that it was the pandemic which threw everything in, a tizzy. Our lives personally, our lives professionally, careers, how work happened, where work was happening, all of that was up in the air. But it was also the summer of George Floyd, and so the conversations around racial and social justice were pronounced at that period of time. So I come in as new dean to the Wharton School, which is the preeminent school for thinking about the development of new talent out into the universe. And I had to really think, in this moment in time, what is the universe telling us? And I realized that as prominent as Wharton is, as far-reaching as we are, we can't do this work alone. And the more that we are able to partner with organizations, institutions, entities, academic, industry, not-for-profit, the more we are aligned in wanting to identify the opportunities for society and what role business and business schools can play in that, the better we will be. And so it was from that zeitgeist, if you will, that the Coalition for Equity and Opportunity was formed, largely because we wanted to partner with other organizations to say, how do we do this work together? And yes, the zeitgeist is now changing in some respects, but to your point, Pat, the issues are still there. We still need increased talent, and we need to use the resources. And fortunately, Wharton is in a privileged place to have human capital, to have social capital, to have financial capital, to be able to serve communities beyond just the handful of students that we do in our degree programs every year. And so through these partnerships, we're able to have even broader reach.
That's great, really. And I applaud your efforts here because, again, I think businesses they know we have an issue. We have an issue of talent, but they don't necessarily know how to deal with it because they've got their nose to the grindstone. They're working each and every day to just try to fill those ranks, get the talent they need. So for a school like Wharton to step up and do this and to give some really thoughtful leadership is something that I admire.
Thank you. So talk to us about the broader economic impact, including the fact that 1 in 3 Americans unfortunately have a criminal record in this society. And some estimates show that its cost to the economy is as much as $87 million annually, billion dollars annually, lost in the GDP. What's your take? Is that in the ballpark? Is that overinflated?
It's an underestimate because if you think of the 87 million, that's the lost wages. But then there's clearly a multiplier effect through the economy because those people spend money, they feed small businesses in their communities, and so on. So it's just lost opportunity. I mean, if you think about economics, there's some truisms in economics that, there's a lot of things we debate in economics. And then there's just some basic facts that we know. And one of those facts is that growth, economic growth, is a function of two things. And it's just an identity equation in mathematics, basically. It's productivity, how much more you're producing per worker, plus the increase in the number of workers. That's it. It's labor productivity plus the increase in the labor force. That's all you've got. So if you want to think about it from a broad policy perspective, what do I do as a policymaker to improve the economic health of the United States of America? I got two things I can do. One is improve productivity. Now, there's a question out there, a big question out there about productivity in the economy. It is, for manufacturing productivity, actually has been on a slight decline over the last several years. And overall productivity looks like it's starting to plateau. We've been on a normal trend growth of productivity. Now, there are hopes out there, like AI is going to make this different. We're going to have above trend growth. I have to note, by the way, though, this is one of the things that gets confused in this discussion about AI and other technologies. Trend growth of productivity, growing productivity at 1.7, say 2% a year, we'll just use rough numbers. You need technological innovation just to be on that line. The question with AI is, are you going to get more than you would normally get with any other technological innovation? The jury's out on that. We just don't know. But what we do know is that we've got a problem when it comes to the people side. That is, our birth rate is not, we're not recreating ourselves as Americans. And that's true of Western Europe. It's true of most countries, China as well. So what's the solution there? Well, again, you got two options, basically. Get more people from outside the country to be in the country, or get more people who are off on the sidelines in the American society into the workforce. You said we have probably some issues around and debates around immigration. I stay out of this. Let me double down on my disclaimer. These are my thoughts only. So we stay out of the debate there. That is for others to decide. But clearly, the work to get more people off the sidelines. And if 1 in 3 Americans can't get the kind of jobs that make a difference for their families, we can't get them in the workforce that makes a difference for the American economy. So that's why I think at a broad level, this work really, really matters.
Completely agree.
So, I mean, how do we do that? I mean, your students, the MBA students here, are teaching workshops in local and state facilities and to previously incarcerated individuals as well on financial literacy and entrepreneurial skills. So as you think about that, how did that get started, A? And what are some other topics? What are you thinking about in terms of how you're approaching this community that clearly needs these skills?
Yeah. So how does it get started? I think it takes tremendous courage and a level of perspective that is long range by a few individuals. And I have been privileged to work with some now members of our faculty, including Damon Phillips, who's the brainchild of the work, the reason why we're here today. But even at other institutions, there are individuals who recognize a need for doing this work and have created the infrastructure that we have just simply adopted. And so what does that mean? I think it's also, how do we leverage the student population that we have here, both for a couple of things. One, to help expose them to a part of society that many of them would never have access to. And we recognize that part of our responsibility isn't just training them on marketing and accounting and finance and economics and management. It is training them to be citizens of the world and recognizing that this population of returning citizens, those who are incarcerated, are still citizens as well, and we need to not only find ways to support their successful reentry, but also encourage employers to help identify opportunities for them. So I think that's the role that business schools are playing, and we are putting out into the world an increasing number of students who have a better, different, more broad perspective of what it means to be a contributing member of society. So I think there are also a number of different ways in which we're seeking to do, not only on the back end, after people have been incarcerated, and how do we provide the skill set and help them advance in society, but it's even on the front end. And so some of the work that we're doing at Wharton is with rural communities, inner city schools, schools that don't have the same resources as some of the private K through 12 schools, so that those young people never enter the system, and getting them access and exposure to what higher education looks like, getting them access and exposure to our faculty or other students who have traversed the pathway that they are traversing. I see that also as a part of the role of education and business education in particular.
That's good. Yeah, very good.
Lots more to do, but I'm really pleased to be at an institution who is taking this work seriously.
That's great.
And advancing this. Why does the Federal Reserve care about the economic impact of justice-impacted individuals?
Yeah, that's a good question. And we get this question sometimes on a variety of topics. Why are we doing certain work? It really has to fall back onto our mandate. I think it's important that we are a creature of Congress. That is, we were created by Congress for certain tasks for the American economy. And we always have to fall back on that, or else, because we can't just stray and do anything. And I think it's really important for us to stay with our mission. And so what is our mission? What is our dual mandate that the Congress has given us? Stable prices, maximum employment. The dual mandate. Most other central banks in the world just have inflation as a target. We have two. We're unique. The maximum employment piece. And then there's another part that often gets overlooked. And I want to come back to the maximum employment piece in a minute. But there's another task that we have been given by Congress in the 1970s to, well, we always have been a supervisor of financial institutions, of banks. And in that, in the 1970s, the Community Reinvestment Act was passed, CRA. And in that, banks were required to reinvest in the communities they serve. The obvious question, if you're a banker in the 1970s, is, okay, so what do I do? Right? I'm required to do this, but what would move the needle? What would make a difference in those communities? So out of that grew in every Federal Reserve bank, all 12 of us, plus the Board of Governors, research teams and outreach teams that focus on what are the most impactful things we can do to influence and move the needle and improve the lives of low to moderate income communities, LMI communities. And so we have a community development function at the Fed, like everyone, and then we specialize in different areas. For Philadelphia, our expertise is unfortunate in that we have built an expertise around low-income communities, both in rural communities but also in urban centers, primarily urban centers, because Philadelphia is the poorest top 10 city in America with the deepest poverty of any major American city. So it's incumbent upon us to really understand what would move the needle. And in that, we've developed a series of programs. One of those is our Economic Growth and Mobility Project. And there's 3 legs to that stool that we really focus on. One is creating jobs, good jobs, not just any jobs. How do we create good jobs? What we actually call opportunity occupations, jobs that pay above median wages. In fact, we have a tool on our website I would encourage you to look at. It's called the Occupation Mobility Explorer. And you can go on and see in regions all across the country, where are those good jobs? And what would it take in terms of increase in skill to get that job from where you are now? And actually lets you go several steps after that. And if I got that job, what could I do next? What could I do next? So we built these kind of tools. It's getting the good jobs out there, getting the people the skills for those jobs. And the last piece that often gets overlooked in this is the infrastructure piece. If I can't get to a job because I don't have a car, I don't have a job. If my life is so fragile that if I have a flat and I can't pay for even fixing my tire, I can't get the job. Childcare, all these issues. So these issues all matter. And in that, the people who are returning from incarceration face all of those issues, right? All three buckets they're facing. And so we need to understand those issues broadly, but then specifically for this community, what are the tools and techniques that can be put in place and programs that can be put in place in a public-private partnership kind of way that would actually make a difference. That's the kind of work that Philly Fed's doing, and that's why we care about this.
I just want to stay on Philadelphia for a moment. You have been in this region for a while, and you have been in local, state, federal government agencies for a while. What is it about Philadelphia, historically or now, that has kept it in this position of being such a poor city?
So you can start with one of our researchers has done really, really important work on going back to old deeds in the city 100 plus years ago and looking at redlining. You got to start there. I mean, and that work, by the way, is really hard because it's very difficult in those documents to really see where those covenants are. But that work has now led to a whole research initiative at the Philly Fed. And it starts there, that we created an environment where it was just very difficult to succeed, right? I mean, let's be honest, that's what happened. And so, the thing is, you still see the remnants of that today. That's what our researchers have shown, that where we see the problems in the city, the issues, can really date back a long time. So I think we just have to recognize that, and then it's a question of what do you do about it, right? How do we move the ball forward? And there it is policy solutions that are required, and it is the business community also stepping up saying, we care about this too, this is our home, and we need to solve this as well. And we can talk about some of that as well, but there are several initiatives underway, and we've been part of a couple of them through our convening and research function to try to move the ball forward on this. So, if you think about what business schools are doing today, and how do you think about mitigating these problems that these returning citizens are having? How are you dealing with this? It's a big problem. So how are you focused on this?
Yeah, so I think part of it is we've got to own the problem. It's not someone else's problem. And the more that we recognize that we have ways in which we can contribute to the solutions through the CEO, the Works programs, through our work with National Education Equity Lab, again, it's, I think, going back to those partnerships and helping our student population, undergraduate and MBA population, understand that they also have a role and a responsibility to play. So the more we continue to reinforce that, the more I think we will, again, put people out into the world who are committed to solving these issues. I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of our MBA students who have been involved in the class on mass incarceration, the reformation of the prison system. I've had students talk to me after they've returned from engaging with the returning citizens, and it has been an eye-opening experience, a transformational life journey experience for them. And I think that is something that they take with them out into the world, much more so than what they learned in Accounting 101, right? So I think it's providing ways to have an impact on the people who are going to be responsible for continuing the solutions going forward is what we feel is
I mean, I think the word life-changing is really, really important. It just opens people's eyes. Yeah, that's great.
And I think the other thing that it does is recognize the common humanity, because it's very easy, and I think what you hear in social media and in regular media is that people in the system are somehow less than human. And when you face them, when you're engaging with them, and when you see the talent and the creativity and the intellect that is in that population, you can't help but recognize the humanity and want to utilize those skill sets in different ways.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, how does the Fed think about the population of returning citizens in the context of striving for full employment and creating a more inclusive economy?
So first, the way I interpret our dual mandate, maximum employment, go back to that, right? Traditionally, it means that if you're looking for a job, you can get a job. Flip it around, though. It also means if an employer is looking for an employee, they can find one. Both matter. You can't get economic growth unless those two things come together. So you start with that. Then you look at, I think in a previous panel, they were talking about the JOLTS data, job openings and labor turnover survey, 8.7 million open jobs in this country. That's the one thing that happened during this pandemic, which was really unprecedented in some ways. The sheer number of job openings relative to the people who were actually left the workforce for a variety of reasons, whether it's child care, there's a whole host of reasons, elder care. So we still have a tremendous opportunity here to fill those jobs. It's still an inhibitor to the economic growth here. And so you start with that we need to bring as many people as we can, and again, with the right skills. It's important. Skills matter. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody needs a 4-year college degree, right? It could be just a certificate, and that's where this opportunity occupation work we've done, I think, has been really impactful, because we know where these jobs, I can tell you what those jobs are here in Philadelphia if I go on that database. And that's why we look at this unemployment rate of formerly incarcerated individuals, 27%. We need to chip into that and solve that problem, or we're not going to fill those jobs. We just don't have enough people to fill them.
I mean, the reality is we're talking in theory, right? We know what needs to be done on paper. But there's still, I believe, a stigma associated with hiring people who have been incarcerated.
Yeah.
How do we get over that issue, which I think is as problematic as anything else that we've talked about?
Yeah, the stigma's real, right? And so I think it takes bold leadership from business, to start with, that are willing to not just hire the person, but also recognize that they need certain supports to be successful. I mean, they're living often on the edge, are very fragile. This fragility is very real in their life, right? If one little thing goes wrong, they can't get to work that day. And so one of the things we've learned, and it's not so much with this particular population, but I think it applies. We did something that the Fed's never really done in terms of our research function. We actually went out and in a structured survey mechanism all across the country through what we call the Worker Voices Project, we went out and asked workers, why aren't they taking these jobs? We now know, with that research, what are those inhibitors to people taking those jobs. I encourage you to look at that research. But one of the things that came out of that, and I remember I met with a group of these individuals, and there was a woman there with 3 children, single mom, who said, my boss doesn't get that she can't change my schedule on a dime, right? I got childcare, and I want to be treated with dignity. And then everybody else in the room nodded their head. I want my boss to treat me with dignity. This does not cost a whole lot of money for a business, right? It's an attitude. And I think you start there. If you start with, I need to, as the manager, and this is the challenge that we have in this particular issue with formerly incarcerated individuals. You and I can agree to do it. Our direct reports can agree to do it. But getting that down into the organization, right, that's going to take time. And I think there, it really just has to be not just the CEO says this has to happen, but you have to give that manager down here who's willing to do it the tools necessary to go do it and prove to everybody else in the organization. These people can be very successful with us, and I've proven it to you. It can't just be a paper put out by SHRM, or to Wharton or to the Federal Reserve, put out a paper. It has to be that individual down in that organization who's doing the work to prove to his or her peers that this is successful.
Yeah, I think that's also why the effort around entrepreneurial strategies is helpful also, because you're less at the mercy of that individual who may not get it, or you're less at the mercy of what the CEOs choose to do. If we can help empower returning citizens with their own understanding of how to create a small business, how to take the skills or the passion area that they have and make money, monetize that in some way, that another important part of this equation as well.
And it takes bold leadership. I'll give you one example. There was a bank in northeastern Pennsylvania who the leadership there thought, this is important enough for us to put aside a little bit of money into a fund that we're going to give microloans out as part of this. And it gets back to your entrepreneurship issue. And they partnered with a federal judge who would meet with these individuals on a regular basis. Actually, it was he and his wife. And if they didn't show for the meeting, his wife would call and say, where were you? What's wrong? It was this very hands-on approach. And as a result, one guy who started barbering in prison, I remember this story, he was there. He just needed a little bit of money to get his license when he got out, right? All this microloan. They never had a default on this loan portfolio. Never. People paid back, but it took effort. And so it's a partnership that mattered. Partnership. So I'm really curious, who are your partners here, and how do you think about that in trying to move the ball forward?
Yeah, one of the most exciting partners, clearly, I think everyone here knows about the Coalition for Equity and Opportunity and the work that Damon has led for the Wharton Works program. But beyond that, we're really committed to working with global youth. So people around the world, and certainly in communities who will never have access to a Wharton degree, right? They're not going to be an undergraduate student here. They're not going to be an MBA student here. So how do we provide to the world more of the content that will be helpful for communities of people who will never step foot in this building? And so some of the partners, one of the important partners that we have is the National Education Equity Lab, who are working with schools who have limited resources, whose teachers don't have the bandwidth to do entrepreneurship education or to teach about areas that are not just a part of the core curriculum, but the kind of stuff that people in private education institutions have access to that puts them on a trajectory and a pathway for greater success. And so how does Wharton fill the gap? And so one of the ways that we're doing that is by partnering with these high schools and communities. And we are the educational provider. We're providing content to train the trainers, meaning train the teachers, and we're also providing using MBA students to go into the classrooms virtually or in person to supplement the material there. Another thing that we're doing is we're working with alternative investment companies, Apollo and Oaktree and I'm blanking on the third one. But they recognize there's a dearth of diverse talent coming into the alternative industry space. And part of that is because where some of the diverse talent lies is within HBCUs, but some HBCUs don't have business schools. So they would never have access to the information and to the academic training that would even make that a viable pathway for them. So again, Wharton is providing the content with HBCUs to provide to their faculty and to their students information and academic work that will prepare them for internships in the alternative space, which opens up a whole new pathway for them. So those are just a couple of
That's
examples
great.
of
Yeah,
things
that's
that we're
really
doing in
good.
that regard. So as chair of the Fed, your district includes Pennsylvania, it includes New Jersey, it includes Delaware.
Right.
All three of those states have a lot of pride points with respect to the work that they've been doing. But Pennsylvania in particular was the first state to adopt clean slate in terms of automatic record clearing legislation for certain crimes. Tell us more about that and why or how we can get more of those sort of common sense policies into play.
Well, you start with legislation is really important here. And you think particularly about jobs in healthcare. There are certain regulations that hold people back from getting those jobs. Banking, financial services, same thing. You can think about a variety of industries where those things really inhibit. So how do you get that done? How do you get that legislation done? Well, you need people to want to drive it forward, right? You need people who are willing to put in the sweat equity to make that happen. And I think that's the key. To get that legislation, which is key, you need partnerships and you need people who are willing. I'm looking at one such person right here in the front, Renata Kowalczyk, from the Wilmington Alliance. We've worked with Wilmington and Delaware as a partner, a research partner and a convening partner. Former banker, right, who decided this is really important. This really matters. And so that work of trying to get people who have, very fragile, there's an employment on a fragile basis. They're just getting by. They're getting by with several jobs, and they can't see that they can make that next step forward. And they say, well, I might want a career in healthcare, but again, these things are holding me back. Or I want a job in banking, and again, these things are holding me back. It's people like Renata and her colleagues and people throughout these states who take this on as, frankly, a mission to say we've got to get this problem solved. And so that's really the key. It's not going to happen all by itself in the state legislature unless people push it. Let's be clear. It's not going to happen at a federal level unless people push it. And so I just applaud Renata and people like you who have stepped out and done the hard work.
Is there more that we could be doing together, meaning Philly Fed, Penn, Wharton, to address some of the issues that we're talking about here?
Yeah, so one of the areas that we've been focused on is another area of research we have called the Anchor Economy Initiative, where we're looking at the eds and meds across the country and their economic impact. Philadelphia, of course, is a major eds and meds center. And so these institutions, Penn, Jefferson, Temple, Drexel, et cetera, all are really, really important to this region. So those leaders have recently come together and said, what can we do? Because we have all these healthcare jobs we can't fill. How do we collectively do some things that would move the needle forward? That's a work in progress right now as part of our Anchor Economy Initiative, but I think it's that kind of collaborative work. The challenge organizations have is, so I need a med tech, right? I got to fill this job. Let's go steal the med tech from that other hospital. Well, okay, that may solve your short-term problem, but it's not growing the pie. It's just moving the slice of pie from one person to the other. It's not going to solve the problem. So I think here it's a collaborative effort. And so I really emphasize that collaboration is key, because if people can't get together and say, we all have this problem, and there again, it could be just training work. I mean, and they've already been doing some of this work. There's something here right down the street called the West Philadelphia Skills Initiative, where they've been doing this work for a while. But now it might be specific on a healthcare job, for example, or in other places, a banking job. Or you can pick those careers where a collaborative group of businesses can come together and say, let's solve it. Yeah. So I'll turn the table on you. So how do you think about business schools, the broader issues around dealing with these issues of racial inequality in the justice system? How do you think about this in terms of solving the problem before it becomes a problem. That is, we're talking now about second chance employment, which is important. What if we never had to talk about this, right? Whether that it just didn't happen because people didn't have to go into that judicial system because they had opportunities, they had hope. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole point for the Coalition for Equity and Opportunity. It's how do we use the resources that a school like Wharton and Penn are blessed to have to be able to create opportunities for education, create opportunities for employment, create opportunities for engagement in productive aspects of society. One of the things that I feel, again, most proud of is the work that we're doing before students even get to the collegiate level. How do we intervene in high schools? And in some cases, we're in 8th grade working with students just to show them possibilities for their lives that they might not have access to. And I think that's I don't know if it's the best we can do, but that's the area of focus that we are on right now, is working with people as young as makes reasonable sense to do so, to set them on a trajectory for success. And again, success doesn't mean necessarily coming to the Wharton School, but success means opening up your view of what it means to be a contributing member of society and what are the different pathways that you can do that.
That's great.
And higher ed is one of those pathways, but to your point earlier, not everyone needs actually a 4-year education. And again, going back to the stigma point, making it a viable and desirable opportunity, whether one is doing an associate's degree, whether one is going into a trade school, whether one is, all of it is necessary to lead to a well-functioning society. And we have to value everyone's contributions.
Amen. I agree.
So, all right, I think we have time for one more question. And as you hold community sessions across your district, what are you hearing from local stakeholders about the issues and where there are opportunities to collaborate on solutions that make our workforce, our community, and our economy stronger?
Yeah, so one of the things I actually am blessed to do in my job, and I love it, is get out and about my district and to meet people all across the district. It's a small district geographically, but very diverse, from rural communities to small urban communities like the Reddings and Scrantons of the world, Wilmingtons, to the major city in the district, Philadelphia. And what you hear from those communities is they want to know how they can make their communities better, stronger, and they need data, they need insights, they need some ideas. That's what I think you're providing, and hopefully we're providing as well, as a partnership with people who are doing the work. I recognize we're not doing that work. We're not doing that training. We're not, but again, back to those 3 legs of that economic growth and mobility project stool. What you hear, and one of the things I'm increasingly frustrated by, is communities who are frustrated because they know that no one thing is going to solve the problem, right? That's like playing whack-a-mole. Okay, we're going to solve this problem here, boom, but we haven't solved the transportation problem. We haven't solved the child care problem. We haven't solved the housing problem. So we got jobs, but nobody can live near the jobs because of so it's that systemic approach to policy of saying, how do we take all these things and move them together to make a difference? That's what people are yearning for. If I take away one thing in those community outreach efforts we have is, and that's why we really developed this economic growth and mobility project, because it's trying to move all those things together systemically. That's hard for people because typically we want to focus on one issue and we say, let's solve that issue and then we're good. But that isn't the case. We need to move these things all at once.
Well, I will just end by saying our region is incredibly fortunate to have had your leadership for such an extended period of time, whether it's in higher education, the government, now leading the Philly Fed. We're really honored to have you here today, but really grateful also for
I'm honored to be
ways
here.
in which
Thank you
you've
for having
contributed.
me, and what you're doing here at Wharton is spectacular.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We have a 10-minute break. Please return back by 10:45. There are snacks on the 8th floor. Thank you. How are you? Good. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Huh? Is it right?
Next to the teacher?
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry. You'll be fine. If we can have everyone take their seats, please. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel, Building Local Second Chance Ecosystems Through Community Partnerships.
Good morning. My name is Lizzie McClellan-Ravitch, and I have the distinct pleasure of gathering with this group today for a conversation, and very excited to have leaders from 3 different areas of the country, Philadelphia, Chicago, and we will be having a panelist from Atlanta as well who will join us partway through. And we're just going to hear from these groups about how they're building partnerships within those communities to help folks prepare for careers and stable employment, get connections and access to those pathways, and maintain employment over time. So to start, we have Brian Fabes coming to us from Chicago with the Corporate Coalition of Chicago. Asada Thomas from here in Philly, the director of the city's Office of Reentry Partnerships. We've got Jason White coming to us from Philadelphia as well, but also with some national perspective coming from the National Reentry Workforce Coalition. And Patricia Blumenauer, also from Philadelphia, with Philadelphia Works. And at some point here, we'll have Justin Berman joining us from Atlanta. Justin is the board chair of My Journey Matters, which is an organization that helps reduce recidivism among young offenders in Atlanta. So to start off, I'd love to hear, I gave kind of a really whirlwind introduction there of each of you, and there's so much more to say about the work your organizations are doing. So just going down the line here, can you tell me a little bit about what you do in your day-to-day and what your organizations are doing to build relationships between employers and other stakeholders and of course with individuals as well? So we'll start from one end, yeah.
Okay. So I work with Philadelphia Works, which is the workforce board for the city of Philadelphia. We receive, manage, and procure out all of the federal and state workforce funds that come into the city. So it's our job to connect employers with talent and to connect career seekers with quality employment opportunities. So we don't do direct service with career seekers. Instead, we manage the funds. We ensure that folks are doing a good job stewarding that funding, and we set the strategy. So we work with partners to look at what the priorities are in our city and how we work together to meet them. We do work directly with employers, so we work with employers to support them in their recruiting and hiring efforts, and looking at how we build talent pipelines for long-term success here in Philadelphia.
Morning, everyone. I'm Jason White. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of the National Reentry Workforce Collaborative. And what we do on a day-to-day is really focus on mobilizing the field. We kind of starting broadly. We started 5 years ago, really recognizing the need for the field to work more collaboratively. And one of the things that we recently started doing is to focus on specific ecosystem, i.e. Philadelphia as an example. And what we're focused on is really focused on preparing organizations, helping to build their capacity to work more effectively with employers. And we're looking forward to talking about the work that we're going to be doing here in partnership with Philadelphia Works and some other agencies to really build talent pipeline. Oftentimes when I talk about NRWC, one of the things that I often share is we serve the people who serve the people. So we're specifically focused on helping to strengthen the efforts of practitioners and providers who are working with employers.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Asata Thomas. I am the Executive Director for the Office of Reentry Partnerships for the City of Philadelphia. Our overarching mission is to set clear vision and direction to improve city approach for improving reentry outcomes. And so part of our mission is that we're providing reentrants with holistic services to support them in reentering. And so part of that, and since the discussion today is about workforce, a part of that is how are we supporting persons who are coming home who have been impacted. And so from our position, we start our work pre-release, because I believe from a personal perspective that persons should begin re-entering before they are released. And so the day one is incarcerated, they should be having the preparation to come home. And so my office supports that in offering pre-release curriculum where my staff is going inside the jails and prisons to start supporting persons coming home. And then we are the bridge when they are released to continue with those services. And so the purpose, one of the purposes that we are working on and goals that we are working on is to really build out our employers and how that looks, and that employment for persons who are re-entering or who this is their second chance, it's not an initiative, it's a culture. And so we are working really with employers on how we're setting the culture of their place of employment so that the person who is coming to employment can be successful.
Amen to what she said. So first, Brian Fabes, Corporate Coalition of Chicago. I just want to thank BRT and NAN and JPMorgan and the Wharton School. I think this is such an important conversation. It's important that there are cameras here because this is a conversation that can't just be for leaders like Jeff here, but people who have been doing this work. It has to be cross-sector and it has to be out there and be talked about. So thank you all for doing this. The Corporate Coalition of Chicago is in Chicago. We are a coalition of, that's what happens when an engineer names something. We are a coalition of 42 companies and growing in the Chicago region who are committed to rethinking what we do in our day jobs, what every company does, how we hire, how we invest capital, and how we buy things, and doing that in a way that will create a more equitable and thriving region. We do several things. The most important are our initiatives, where we bring together companies to work collectively on doing that work in our day job differently. One of our most exciting initiatives is our Fair Chance Initiative, which Steph Dolan, if you don't know her, don't let her 5-foot, 90-pound frame deceive you. She is a force in this field. And we bring together companies to do the hard work of saying, it's wonderful and important that my CEO has said I'm going to do this. Now the real work begins. So how do you rethink all those internal processes to actually hire and make successful people with records? And it's not just people coming out of prison, but people with a record, as people have talked about. always a barrier. I'll add in partnerships, they're really partnerships in two levels. We certainly help, we work with many partners. Kara's here, they're our partner in this work, to do the work, and we help our companies work with the ecosystem in Chicago, which is important because companies can't do this alone. But we also, the partnership we also talk about is the partnership between companies, because to your point about culture change, ultimately what we are doing is changing a culture. We have to change a culture that has been built on how do we screen people out, how do we screen people out, to one that is about how do we bring people in and make them successful. And culture change doesn't happen alone. It happens across people, across organizations. So that connection between companies we think is just as important as companies and community.
Thank you. And actually, that is perfect timing for us to ask the same question of Justin Berman, who's just arrived for us. Justin, can you tell us a little bit about what your organization is doing to build these relationships and communities around incorporating second chance hiring?
Sure. Sorry for being late. Yeah, my name is Justin Berman. I'm the chair of an organization in Atlanta, Georgia called My Journey Matters. And what we do is we are a court-based program in Atlanta for 16 to 30-year-olds who have felonies on their background and trying to be successful in the city of Atlanta, which is very, very difficult. And so we provide the wraparound services to the judge in Fulton County, including employment, mental health, drug testing, tutoring, et cetera. So you're not allowed out of our program unless you have your GED, high school diploma, you're gainfully employed, you're clean, you're safe at home, et cetera. So with the goal, obviously, to reduce recidivism. And so we work with a lot of employers in Atlanta, mostly the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta has given us 20 jobs to continue and help our kids continue to be successful in the city.
So I'm going to start on this end this time with the next question, because we were just starting to delve into this and talking about building a culture among these employers. And, well before that can even begin, when you're starting to interact with employers on this work, what are some of the reasons that they are looking to create a way to hire folks who have a record? And what are some of the hesitations that they may have or questions that they may have going into that if they're just getting started on this work?
So, a great question. We talked here, and my mentor Jeff always says start with the business case. I do think that that's an important place to start, because that will at least get people to listen to you. But I have never seen a business case change someone's heart and mind. And going back to culture, we're talking about perceptions, shared beliefs, shared assumptions. And there are a million shared assumptions about anyone who has a record that ultimately need to be overcome if we're going to change the culture of an organization. So I think the business case is an important place to start. That doesn't change hearts and minds. I actually think it's peer pressure from my observation in Chicago. It is the 4 CEOs in Chicago that have gotten together to say, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to put pressure on my colleagues to do it. That'll get them to at least give it a try. And then, honestly, we're still working on figuring out how do you go. Some of them have given it a try and said, ooh, this is hard, and they've come to our cohort program and are learning a lot about the changes that need to be made. Some of them have done one and said, yeah, that didn't work out, we'll see you later. So I think we can get them between the business case and between the peer pressure. I think that's how you get people to try to do the hard work that it takes. Honestly, we're still trying to figure that out. I think the more people we have there doing that successfully, the more people are probably going to be willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree with those 2 components. I think an added component is that being transparent and having these conversations. I think oftentimes these assumptions that are made about someone who has a felony conviction, someone who was incarcerated, and frankly, I use myself often. I'm in meetings and having conversations with folk, and for those who don't know my backstory, and once we get to a point, well, those people, and I say, well, I am those people. Right? And so now how does the conversation shift? And so watching the reactions are definitely funny for me. I think that it's very entertaining. But thinking about, so you've just spoken to me for 2 hours, and you had this perception. And now that I shared this part of me, now your perception shifted. Let's talk about that. How does that show up? Why is that showing up? What does that bring up for you? And so if I put myself in the place of others, for those who I'm representing, it's this bringing this piece of humanity in. And one of the things that I'm really, really big on is language. And so if we're talking about from this place of humanity, we have to stop using words like offenders and inmates, and because that automatically conjures up this appearance of what this person is or has done. And so as we start to change the culture, which we said it's a slow-moving machine, but just being committed to changing language. How are you viewing something? Why is this coming up for you? How does it come up for you? And not anticipating what folk would change quickly, but 82% of HR managers have found that those with felony convictions, that they have the same or better credentials than those without. And so we start talking to folk about statistically, this is what it is. You can't argue the facts. And then from the business perspective, you start there, and then start with, for me, it's about humanity and making people human. We're people, they're people.
Kind of in our processing of this question, and in some regards, if I should distill it down to one thing, the thing that I would kind of distill it down to is trust. There is a distrust that often, and different persons are at different stage of the journey, so to say. So the way that I look at it is everyone's on a journey, because the unfortunate thing is, over the years, with the explosion of mass incarceration, we have all been impacted by the media, and everyone's on a journey. And at the heart of it is the issue of trust, right? So, for example, the employer is asking the question, can I trust that this person is going to be able to adapt to my culture? Can I trust that they're competent enough to get the job done? Can I trust that there's going to be safety for the folks around them and the property? Can I trust that they're going to be reliable to show up when? And I'm a big advocate for the role of the community-based organizations. And if you think about it, the community-based organization, by design, it is this entity that is built on trust, right? For example, each entity has the option of getting a 501c3 status, right? Which means that even by design, the system is entrusting this entity to be able to work on behalf of the community, right? So we do a lot to work with community-based organizations, and one of the things that we help community-based groups to understand is that your biggest asset is your trust, and that is the biggest deficit that folks who are showing up with a record have. So how do we, as CBOs or support-based organization, work and try to create that bridge, right, to lend and provide some of that trust, given that the fact that we've worked and prepared and have to support these folks, so that the trust that the company may have in us as talent pipeline builders, they'll be able to lend some of that trust and provide a chance for more persons to prove that, yes, we can get the job done. Yes, we can be compatible with your context, your culture. And yes, we're going to show up on time too, even things as simple as that.
So for me, employers come to us because they need something, and they've maybe heard that they can get some resources from us. So we will often hear, anyone that's been here and listening to the other panels, you've heard a bit about the labor market and what the talent landscape looks like right now. Employers need help hiring. There is tons of openings and not enough talent to fill those openings. So they might come into us for assistance with hiring, and we're able to talk with them about okay, so you've got lots of options here, and this population in particular might be something that an employer either hadn't thought about or is afraid of, it has an issue with trust around. So we have the opportunity to look at what can we offer through public funding to kind of sweeten the pot to help an employer along this journey towards making these stronger hiring practices for folks who have been justice impacted. So we hear from employers, lots of things about trust, things about just not knowing. So there's a lot of misinformation, lack of information. We're able to support with connecting employers to resources. So what are state benefits, city benefits? We have resources, financial resources even. If someone is looking to hire and they've got someone in the pipeline that has some of the skills but not all of the skills, we can subsidize the wage for a certain period of time to support and encourage that employer to make that hire. So there are lots of publicly available resources that folks aren't even aware of, and they start to unlock when they come see us. So I think taking advantage of employers who are, and I don't mean that in a bad way, taking advantage of the situation when an employer has a need and needs assistance, to kind of use that as an opportunity to educate and open their eyes to what's available in the talent pool, but also what's available to support them throughout that.
Yeah, I mean, I think jobs and housing are the two most critical factors that we face. I mean, our kids, and I say kids, they're young adults, but they're 16 to 30 years old. And these are aggravated assaults, gun charges, armed robberies. This isn't white-collar crimes that we're dealing with in our organization. And so, and we're a startup. We've been a startup since 2015 because our model, unfortunately, is not scalable because it really depends on the judge, which judge you're assigned to. So our board goes to employers, and unfortunately, it's mostly warehouse work, restaurants. It's not sustainable. And we start with the premise that all of our kids are entrepreneurs. I mean, they've been hustling their entire life, and that's what I don't have a background in criminal justice, legal. I'm an investment guy. I went here for business school. And I went to Georgetown for undergrad, and Georgetown has a program, which I think you'll hear about later, called Pivot, where they definitely partner with the Deloittes, the JPMorgans, and help people get jobs. For us, it is a huge challenge because they're not the glorious jobs. And as Brian said, once one of our kids, quote unquote, messes up, shows up an hour late, it screws up for all of them. It screws the opportunity. So it's tough. And yes, I wish more people were open-minded because these are great, great people that want to work, that are hungry, that have really learned nothing in prison or jail. And they come out and they need the skills to be successful, and they want to be successful.
Patricia, you mentioned a really important point that there are so many employers right now who are struggling to find enough talent and who really need to be making connections with more individuals. Within a company, how do you find the champions who are going to make these connections and invest the time needed to, as we've talked about here, start building that culture?
That's a really good question, and it goes back a little bit to what Jason said about trust, but also about that relationship building and the ability to be able to point to some successes. So having a network of peer employers, if you have a like employer, whether it's similar industry or size company that you can point to, oftentimes there's going to be someone that has heard about this. We'll have like a CEO that says we're going to do this, and then we have to kind of convince the HR director that this is something. But there's generally going to be someone that has heard something, and there's kind of a spark that you have to grab onto in that way. And then really that relationship building, the success stories, utilizing champions from other spaces in the industry. To get to that person that's really going to make it happen, because it's hard work. It's not easy. It's different than what they're used to doing.
Can I add two points? The first is you mentioned like a CEO. It's usually a CEO, but an executive. Having that executive sponsorship is absolutely necessary. And it's more than saying once. It is the constant saying, hey, how is it coming? It's not falling off my list. And then it is where the differentiation that we find a lot of it is, I mean, take JPMorgan example. Janie talks about it all the time, but then he staffed and gave capacity to his team to look at all those barriers and create new processes. And that only happens with executive sponsorship. The one thing I would say, in addition about the person, is we found in our first cohort, we had 1 or 2 people per company, and we found that that's not enough for a large company. We actually are now encouraging companies, and they're bringing 4 or 5 people per cohort. So it's not just the lonely HR person, the lonely legal person, the lonely this person. There's actually a cohort within the company that can carry that message and belief.
I'll add something to that. I've been noticing an increasing trend in persons who have worked in the nonprofit space who are now working in corporate. And they are like the ideal champions, actually, obviously apart from a person with lived experience, because they understand both sides. And even last year we had a conference and we had a panel and we had about three persons who were champions who used to work for Goodwill or another nonprofit organization, and they're actually in these companies working tirelessly to convince leadership to take steps to actually change the culture. So it's been encouraging to see, and as you know, there has been a shift. I remember Michael Porter wrote a paper on the evolution of businesses, where back in the 40s you had businesses who were primarily giving donation or sending person to volunteer. But what we've seen now is businesses are actually advocating for social change and even adjusting their business model to address business social issues. So another place to look are what is the social corporate responsibility team, and being able to engage with some of those persons as well. So.
And I think there's a couple of developments in technology as well, because there's a startup that uses LinkedIn to help connect formerly incarcerated or returning citizens to professional jobs, and it's been wildly successful, very well funded. And so, I think as social media progresses, it's an avenue for employment as well.
Absolutely.
So I want to dive deeper into each of the communities that you all work in. And we'll start here in Philadelphia. Why not, right? So, Asada, I'll start with you, and then Patricia and Jason as well. What have you been seeing in the evolution of this ecosystem here in Philly? Where could it go next, and what are some of the developments that you'd point out in recent years?
Yeah. So one of the recent developments, which I'm really proud of, is the rebooting and the relaunching of the PRC, the Philadelphia Reentry Coalition. Actually, the chair is here with us today, Maurice Jones, and we collaborate with that. So my office oversees the efforts of the PRC, Philadelphia Reentry Coalition. I'm aware of acronyms, and so I will try to remember to make sure that I'm spelling those out. And so the PRC is comprised of 160 reentry organizations within the city of Philadelphia. And what we are doing on my office is serving to really galvanize all of those efforts so that we are having this succinct mechanism in which persons can get the resources that they need. And so for us, for my office, that means we are the central hub. And so we work alongside with the PRC so that when persons come home, if there's a specific need that, for example, my office doesn't handle, and we do direct services, but we don't do everything. No one should. You should have some special niches that you respond to. And so within this ecosystem of the reentry orgs that exists, we're setting it up such that Again, if somebody comes home with a specific need, if they're a female, for example, or if they have family reunification, or whatever that specific need is, we should be able to go on a map and say, okay, you're in zip code 19132. These are the orgs that exist within your zip code that you can utilize. And so I'm just really proud of building this out and working with the headship of the PRC and building it out so that no one goes unserviced. And it doesn't have to be from the Office of Reentry Partnerships. I don't care who it's from, but it's from an organization that is doing the work to support the individual, again, holistically, so that they can reenter with dignity. And to the point about having sustainable jobs, I think that is one of the most valuable things that we should do. And so this collaborating and really bringing in jobs, careers, rather, wherein a person can really have sustainability. We can get you a job at Popeyes and Wendy's. Right. We can do that. That's easy. That's low-hanging fruit. How about jobs that are providing dignity? For persons that are coming home, and so that they can then be part of the restorative process back to their community, and that they could be self-sustained for themselves and for their family. And so I'm just really proud of the work that not just my team is doing in my office, but in collaboration with the Philadelphia Reentry Coalition and others.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of momentum in the last 18 months or so. We partner with the SADA's team as well. And we run the America Job Centers here in Philadelphia. They're called the PA Career Link Centers. We're doing a lot of work for career seekers in this space. So we've been able to partner with the halfway houses in Philly. So we've got folks going out there weekly. Some have 2 or 3 days a week where we're seeing folks. We can get them connected then to not just jobs, as you mentioned, those kind of quick and easy jobs to get, but to fully paid trainings and support services that can actually help folks get through those trainings so they can earn a credential and end up in a job with a quality job with a wage that is sustainable. We are also partnering with a local literacy organization. They have a mobile bus that goes out to local parole offices, so we're working in that way. We're getting folks in our centers trained on the pardon process, so we can really support career seekers in getting things that can be wiped from their records wiped. It's something that is it's actually doable, and folks just don't understand or know how to or have support to do the process. And then on the other side, our partnership with Jason and Envoy, who's also in the room, through support from the JPMorgan Chase Foundation, we are setting up to run a cohort with employers. So we're going to be working with employers to send them through a cohort program to help modernize HR practices, build that talent pipeline, make those connections with peer employers so that we can start to build a network of employers who are really champions in this space, who are supporting the work at a larger scale. So I don't know if you want to talk a bit more about your portion of this.
So what the NRWC will be doing in partnership with Philadelphia Works is really working to strengthen the capacity of support organization or community-based groups that are building the talent pipeline. It's interesting because in my work over the years, I used to write and win a number of federal grants, and what I did find interesting was we'd often have these grants where we had 4 or 5 CBOs, and one of the things that we normally do is to do an assessment to see how many employers are they connected with. And trust me, oftentimes you're talking about 500 to about 700 employers that are connected with these CBOs. The challenge is the capacity of the organizations to be able to sustain a particular effort in working with the employers, and oftentimes lack of understanding around expectation, right? So we're going to be focusing with this cohort on identifying some key organizations through a process that we're going to be thinking about, and really working to build their capacity. And the goal from a sustainability standpoint is not simply to provide some training and some technical assistance, but it is to build a community of practice among these groups so that the engagement and the lessons that are being learned in real time, there's a space for that to be shared on an ongoing basis. So I'm very, very excited about that. And I'm saying that because I remember when I was working for OIC, which is a very popular organization based here in Philadelphia, I wish I had something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah. And I'll just add to that that we often hear that from our community-based organization partners. What employers do you have? What employers do you have? So like the actual deepening of that relationship and really fostering that relationship. I think this is going to take both the work that we're going to do with Envoy and the work that we're going to do with NRWC and Amplify It.
So let's go to Atlanta and hear a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm most excited about is the level of social entrepreneurship in Atlanta. So through the Atlanta Police Foundation, they have set up 4 locations in the community, physical locations, where our kids can go after school or to a physical place where they get their GED or high school training, GED tutoring, their mental health with another organization. The Boys and Girls Club is there, the Urban League is there, and the Atlanta Police Foundation is there. So their first interaction with police officers after they re-enter is a positive one, and that's really important. And so I think that's really changing the narrative of with our kids and the police officers, is that they're their mothers, brothers, sisters of our people that are in our program. I think what gives me a little bit of pause is that for us, we don't have hardly any black mentors in Atlanta. And that's a shame, because when I show up and I want to mentor our kids, they look at me as a white person, and there's an element of distrust, which is understandably so. Atlanta is the capital of hip hop. All of our kids want to be rappers or artists, and it's just not, to your point, it's not sustainable. So we need more black mentors in our program, period, to show them the way. And I think hopefully there's some programs in Atlanta that give me hope that that's coming.
And Brian, in Chicago, any developments you're seeing?
What's new and exciting? Well, aside from the corporate coalition. So I think the Chicago, I think, is blessed with an incredible ecosystem of nonprofit and education providers. It's rich, and they've been doing this work, and absolutely the capacity needs to be increased, to your point. I think what's new is the practice change. So what is the other half of that work is all about. Let's fix the system, let's fix the people. The corporate coalition is about, that's important. What's our role in fixing? In addition to us, a group of CEOs, the Civic Committee of Chicago is also now talking about how can we more proactively look at our role in all this. So I think what's exciting is maybe some critical mass of the business community coming to this work. We're also working with Reform Alliance on a marketing campaign. So can we take the ecosystem of the nonprofit community organizations, the public sector, the new willingness of the business community to say what's our role in meeting that need, and then bringing that together in a broad marketing. And my hope is that Chicago will be the center of this. Well, it is the center, but will be recognized as the center of this, and can have a city that actually has critical mass in this kind of work.
Well, thank you all. And I think I could spend another 40 minutes or more with each of you just hearing more about these connections that your organizations are building. I'm going to put you all on the spot and see if you could leave each of us with a 1 or 2 sentence takeaway. If there's one thing to take away from this conversation today about building these communities and building partnerships, what would it be? I'll start. You look ready, Justin, so I'll start with you.
I don't know if I'm ready, but as a person that is not involved in this type of work, but as a leader and coming back to Wharton, I'm a really big believer that as a leader you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable, and that's why I do this work. And I think if more business school students or people in the community that don't have any connection to this type of work do that, I'm very hopeful for the future.
I would say that you need strong people on your team that are also committed to doing this work. So I can, be a strategic leader. I can, set our investments to support this work. But I need folks on my team that are able to do the day-to-day work to make it really happen. I have two folks in the room today, Ty and Kevin, and Marcus Hall, who's at another panel right now, are our champions for this work at Philadelphia Works. But we wouldn't be able to move this work forward without that commitment.
I mean, my final word is really to the funding community, and I want to start by acknowledging JPMorgan Chase. Really grateful for your support, because oftentimes the challenge comes in where funders' funding goes so far and there's a hesitation to fund sustainability or things that are at the strategic level that are necessary to sustain the effort. And I'm grateful for the investment that JPMorgan is making in this new approach that we're taking here in Philadelphia, where we're not simply seeking to find employment for X number of people, but we're trying to build the ecosystem so that it's sustainable, and it requires resource for that to happen. And so,
my final words would be to unlearn and to unbecome. All that you thought that was right or correct, all that you thought was just and right and correct in what a society should look like, I would say I challenge you to unlearn and unbecome and be open to new information, to receive new information. And I would say to the white people in the room, I would say we don't need you as allies, we need your allyship denoting action. And so those are the last words that I would leave with.
I don't want to follow her again. I'm going to. Okay, I can do it in 3 sentences, I think. One is a compound sentence. The missing ingredient to change has been the business community, but it's not easy. It's about culture change.
Yeah.
That's actually 2 sentences. So let's get to it.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of you. This was a great conversation.
Good one.
Hey, Justin, sorry.
All right, we're going to have a quick transition. Please take your seats. Okay. Thank you. If we can ask you to take your seats, we're going to get started with our final panel before lunch. So next up, the panel will be Veterans and Second Chance Employment.
So I feel like that was a setup there, Jim. That
Right
we're
before
the,
lunch,
the final
yes.
panel right before lunch. She emphasized the right before lunch. If you didn't catch that. So first of all, I just have to say this morning's panels have just been amazing. Jim and I've been talking a little bit outside, and as I've talked to a few folks here in the room, it's amazing the parallels with the conversation that Jim and I are getting ready to have here. So just by way of introduction, my name is Mark Elliott. I lead the Office of Military and Veteran Affairs at JPMorgan Chase. It's an honor to be part of this session today. This is some very important work, and after Jim and our conversation, hopefully you'll see some of the parallels with the work that we do on behalf of the veteran community. As you've heard, this is something that's very important to JPMorgan Chase. It is something that is part of our DNA. And maybe if you went back a decade, maybe a little bit further back, you may not feel that way. You may think it's not the case, but it is, and we'll talk about some of that. One of the things that we do know is that second chance efforts are clearly good for the economy. They're good for the employers, but for me personally, it's good for those individuals. And I count our veteran community as part of those individuals that we're trying to make things better for. The work that we do inside JPMorgan Chase around military and veteran affairs, it's about honoring the service of veterans, of their spouses, and of their families. I think sometimes we forget the spouses in that conversation, so I want to acknowledge our spouses. I personally think the spouses are the secret sauce to this whole experiment we have with our military community. One of the things that we say, when one serves, everyone serves. And for those of you who are out there who are part of that military community, I want to say thank you for your service. But I want to make sure those words don't ring hollow. And Jim and I are going to talk about that a little bit here in a few minutes. We, inside JPMorgan Chase, believe it's our responsibility to give back and to create those opportunities for service members, their spouses. We do that through a couple of different ways. First and foremost, it's about employment opportunities. Secondly, it's about helping them start businesses. All veterans don't want to go into your companies. Some of them want to actually start their own businesses, and we believe it's important for us to create opportunities for that. But I think equally as important is to create opportunities to build more financial health knowledge and ideally start to create wealth in your families, because that's how you start to change this whole dynamic. But we also understand we cannot do that alone, and we are part of a coalition, just like the coalition here to address the needs of that second chance opportunity. There's a coalition that we're a part of called the Veterans Job Mission. That coalition has been around now for a little over a decade, and interestingly, it is partly what this is modeled off of, is that Veterans Job Mission. That coalition started off with just 11 companies a little over a decade ago. Today, it's over 315 companies representing every industry out there. And with the initial goal of hiring 100,000 veterans by 2020. Well, I'm proud to say that we're nearing 1 million hires. That coalition has decided that we're going to go after 2 million hires. But as I indicated a little bit earlier, we're not going to forget our military spouses. So we've added intentionally military spouses to those numbers to say we want to target initially 200,000 military spouses as part of that effort. So as I've been listening today and hearing about the 46 to 50 companies that are part of this coalition today, be encouraged, because it may start small, but it grows. Sometimes you have to use some of the phrasing I heard earlier. You have to shame companies into being part of the coalition. But nonetheless, once you educate them, once you get them to understand the opportunities and the benefits, it's easy after that to be a part of it. It still requires a lot of work, and that's something that we're going to maybe talk about here today. So, Jim, as we delve into this conversation, we're honored to have Jim Seward. Executive Director of the Veteran Justice Commission. Jim is a veteran of Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. He loves this to hear this, and so I'm going to say it. He's a former enlisted combat arms soldier who now serves as a colonel in the U.S. Army. He previously served as general counsel for South Dakota Republican Governor Dennis Dugard and led the development of the state's 2013 criminal justice reform, as well as the historic juvenile system improvements. So Jim, during our conversation, I know he's going to explain how some of the unique challenges that veterans face when transitioning from the military, and potentially how that elevate their risk of contact with the justice system, how we can maybe start to address that. I'm also confident that he's going to share ways for that we can better support those transitioning service members, and specifically veterans encountering the criminal justice system. So Jim, I'm going to now shift some of my comments and questions to you. The Veterans Justice Commission started back in August of 2022. Can you tell us a little bit about the commission, their mission, why was it created, and maybe how it kind of came into existence?
Sure. Thanks, Mark. I'm going to lean forward because I hate sitting back. Well, good morning. It's outstanding to be here. I'm super excited and very grateful to JPMorgan Chase and Wharton and the Second Chance Business Coalition, the Business Roundtable, Eaton, everybody that's involved in this. The Veterans Justice Commission didn't exist in 2020. Many of you will remember this thing we called the pandemic. Early on in the pandemic, I'm in Kansas working for the National Guard and the governor down there trying to help her and the team with the pandemic, and I'm also on the board of directors at the Council on Criminal Justice, which is a nonpartisan think tank in D.C., and one of our members is retired four-star General Peter Corelli, and we had been talking about veterans in the justice system, and General Corelli kept asking this former sergeant, Jim, if veterans treatment courts are the silver bullet, why do we still have so many veterans going into our nation's prisons and jails every day across America? And I had no answer for him. When a four-star general asks you a question and you're not at her or his level, it's a little scary. And so I started to do some research on this and started to talk to folks around the country that had spent their life researching these areas or work as stakeholders or policymakers, lawyers, and started to see some of the underbelly of America. As you know, we have over 18,000 police departments in America, 3,000 prosecutors. 76% of our communities in America are less than 5,000 people. We don't have veterans treatment courts everywhere. And so many of our veterans were falling through the cracks. And the commission was really founded, recruited to look at the issue of studying the nature and extent of veterans in the justice system and developing evidence-based policy recommendations that focused on health, safety, and justice. And not just of the veteran, but the spouse, the family members. When some veterans do commit crimes, sometimes their family members are the victims. And if we can improve the way our nation manages the men and women that have worn the uniform and are now struggling with the justice system, if we can improve that system, we're going to improve the lives of their families and others. So we recruited 15 amazing leaders across America. Former Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel is our chair. Secretary Leon Panetta, that many of you know, is also on the commission, but also a couple veterans that spent over 20 years in prison themselves, as well as a very, very diverse group of leaders and enlisted folks and experts in criminal justice. The Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court, Mike Boggs, is on the commission. And they began their work, as you said, in August of 2022, and they've now released 2 major reports with a whole host of recommendations, and we'll get to some of those today.
Just as a note, Jim mentioned a gentleman, General Pete Corelli. I served with General Corelli back when he was a young 1-star, and the interesting thing is when he became a 4-star and he became the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, one of the tasks that they gave him was trying to address and solve veteran suicide. So we've not given General Corelli any small, missions to address. One of the things maybe we shift a little bit is, so we do know that as veterans transition, most veterans are going to go through some challenges in the transition. I can attest to that. But if we apply the right level of support to them, they're going to be fine once they get on the other side of that. Some do struggle a little bit more than others, but then there are those who, had that encounter with the justice system. For those individuals, based on your research and the studies that you all have, conducted, what do we need to know about that segment and their involvement with the criminal justice system, specifically after the service?
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Many of you know veterans. You know people that are serving today. And most of our veterans go on to do great things. I mean, look at Mark. He's leading the global team at JPMorgan. That's amazing. And there are millions of veterans doing that kind of stuff today. We know that from the research that a percentage of veterans struggle as they leave the military with a whole host of issues very similar to re-entry challenges that many folks struggle with as they leave prisons and jails across America. There's a little added burden that they carry. They've been part of this very close-knit team, and when they leave the military, they lose that support group as well. The post-9/11 veterans, and I didn't believe this research when I first saw it, but we have Dr. Andrea Finlay on our commission. She's one of the lead researchers at the VA out of Palo Alto, California. She's a health scientist. If you Google Andrea Finlay, you'll find 100 publications. And when I started working with her and reading her research, it was just fascinating because what we hadn't realized, and when I say we hadn't realized in the justice system, remember, there's thousands of little different justice systems across America, right? So in Atlanta, there might be an amazing program, and you might have a program for veterans in the justice system. But in most of the country, it was non-existent. As we started to look at the post-9/11 veterans specifically, to Mark's question, they're more at risk than previous cohorts. They tended to have higher percentages of struggles as they left the military. You'll recall, we didn't define or name PTSD until the late 80s. But as we look at the data from World War II and Vietnam, and we don't have good data and studies from the Civil War, but you can see the struggles that service members had after the Civil War. I'll give you a homework assignment for this weekend. If you go read the Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll read about the struggles that the warriors had trying to get back into the communities. If you study the Roman Empire, you'll learn that the soldiers had to spend a year outside the gates before they were let back in the city after they came home from war. Because some of our service members bring home things that most of us never think about, thankfully. We ask our young men and women to go be part of the most lethal and the best trained killing force on the planet. They go and do that job, and most come home and do amazing things. But the post 9/11 veteran, they deployed more often and more times than any previous cohort in our nation's history. The research shows not combat exposure, but just deployments are increasing risk for post-traumatic stress. If you have post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury, there's an increased risk for criminal justice involvement. The Commission really wanted to focus on what policy gaps in our states and our cities and our counties and in the federal government can we address that will improve the outcomes for those individuals who are coming home with post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury and getting involved in the justice system. I'd just add, in terms of the risk factors, the researchers also say that our post 9/11 veterans are younger, more racially diverse, and more gender diverse, and that increases their risk as well.
I would just ask you all to reflect on what Jim said and then think about that Vietnam veteran, that Korean War veteran, those World War II veterans, the few that we still have with us. And thankfully, we have these type of initiatives that are addressing those. They were not so fortunate to have that. You heard me give you the number nearly 1 million earlier, but the reality is the number is probably twice that of how many have come into our companies. But there's this thing called self-ID. You heard on the last panel the phrase or the concept of trust. It's about trust. If I trust you, I'll tell you I'm a veteran in your company. If I don't trust you, I'm not going to say it because I don't know how you're going to receive me. The stigma is real. We heard that said a little bit earlier. The stigma around veterans is real, and so it's something we have to address. But I think, Jim, the next question I have is, there is a patchwork of organizations or interventions that happen, in supporting our veterans, but yet and still many of them do fall through the cracks. Are there some specific challenges that veterans may be faced that others just aren't, non-veterans may not have to deal with? And what are, how can we address those things?
Certainly. Thanks, Mark. Veterans, as many of you know, you're either a veteran yourself, like the good pastor, or the gentleman from Allstate that I got to visit with earlier. As I said earlier, they come out and do amazing things, but some of our veterans are struggling with those maladies that I talked about, post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury. A growing percentage of our veterans are also facing this fight with the government they served. We have an increased number of veterans that are leaving the military with what we call bad paper. They served. In World War II, it was about 1% of our veterans left the military with bad paper. The post 9/11 veteran, it's about 6%. So I'd ask you, some of you are criminal justice fanatics, and you remember Dr. Ed Latessa from the University of Cincinnati, kind of one of the leaders in thought and research that was behind the criminal justice reform movement that started many years ago. He would often say that we needed to apply the resources of the system to those who are most likely to offend or reoffend. Not on purpose is my conclusion. The Department of Defense and the VA, over the decades, have built up regulation upon regulation that take all the benefits, all the resources away from those who have offended or might reoffend. Just as a society, that's what we've done. 1/4 of our veterans treatment courts in America won't allow a veteran to come into the veterans treatment court if they have a bad paper discharge. Well, if we really want to improve public safety, this group understands, as you've heard on the panels this morning and in your experience, we have to deal with some of those tough cases, and we have to apply the resources to the individuals that really need them. And that's That's a real struggle that some of our veterans are facing today.
Okay, so 2022, this effort started. Over the last couple of years, the commission has made some recommendations to the Department of Defense and to Congress. What are some of those recommendations, and maybe how are those being received, by those organizations?
Yes and no. So last year, the commission released its first report, and I should have said up front, as you can tell, this is a massive, massive undertaking, and we decided early on that we would try to tackle this in 3 sectors. We'd first look at the front end of the criminal justice system, policing through sentencing, and then transition, and those aren't in chronological order, so I know that's confusing, and then re-entry from corrections. And so when we talk transition, we're talking from the military, and then when we talk re-entry, we're talking from community or state or federal corrections. The commission released its first set of recommendations last spring. 3 recommendations. The first one was really about identifying veterans in the criminal justice system and defining veterans. For those of you that have trouble sleeping, we have a very long legal analysis of the definition of veteran on our website. There's hundreds of definitions of what a veteran is in America. Communities, states, the federal government, agencies, they all have different definitions. The commission said that we needed one definition. Identification. We're working with the VA on their databases on identification. Another recommendation deals with model policy for states to consider to try to capture some of those veterans that are falling through the cracks. That model policy is working its way through the Nebraska legislature at this very moment, and it's anticipated. We're working with National Association of Attorney Generals, National Conference of State Legislatures, American Legislative Exchange Commission. That legislation is getting more steam all the time. We just released a report on transition, and there are major recommendations in that. I've got a handout with me today that I'm happy to give all of you that summarizes that, and will direct you to our website.
So I told Jim he may get one, left field kind of question from me, and it really just, speaks to what you just said, and it was, I think, one of the recommendations. Folks who've been around me know that I'm what I call left of transition person. I think a lot of the problems that we see for transitioning service members can be addressed well upstream. I think there was some recommendation out of the committee to have a transition kind of czar, if you will, for service members so that it's not an afterthought and it's not something that they get hit with in the last couple of months of their service. Can you maybe speak to that?
Absolutely. So right now the federal government has 3 agencies managing transition. And for those of you in the business world, if you have an office that's led by 3 people, I would ask you who's in charge, right? All the federal agencies are working very hard on transition. I believe that every single person I've met in those agencies is dedicated to making transition better. What our commission has done is said, look, DOD, you need to be in charge of this. You own the people, you own the records. You need to have an undersecretary for transition. You need to make it a core priority mission, because if you can transition folks better, it's going to help your recruiting, your retention, our public safety across America. And guess what? You can use a validated risk needs tool to help you figure out who's most at risk, just like the criminal justice system does across America. That way you can apply the resources where they're needed.
Yeah. So that's what the DOD and maybe Congress can help with that. So maybe flipping this around to organizations like the Veterans Job Mission, the Coalition for Reentry. What are some of the things that you would recommend that we collectively can do to maybe address some of the concerns you're seeing around veterans.
Within the Commission's latest report, we've given DOD a pathway towards handling those that are most at risk in transition differently and with more of a community setting and a partnership with what I call NGOs, with all of these organizations. There are 66,000 public and private organizations in America helping veterans. But there's no central database or clearinghouse. One of our recommendations was to stand up a national center on veterans justice to be that clearinghouse, to help those organizations know where they can help. Because the real goal is to get them to work in your companies.
So we started this off saying, thank you for your service. We really do mean that when we say that to each other and to our veterans and our military families. But as you see, there is work behind those words. It's not just idle words that have no meaning. So I think my parting words to you is be encouraged. The work will progress. Sometimes it moves a little bit slower than we like. But when you get great individuals like Jim and the coalition that they pulled together, then we start to make a difference. So Jim, thank you for your time, and thank you all for allowing us to talk about the veteran lens of this.
Thank you, sir.
That's a perfect segue. We will have you up on the 8th floor if you would make your transition now. The elevators, you can take one out here at the top of the exit signs to the 8th floor. There is an express elevator all the way to the end, so it won't stop at the other floors in case other people are trying to get on. See you upstairs, and please be back around 12:45, if not maybe 12:40, just so we can get started for our panels after lunch. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and get started. If you wouldn't mind, just please taking your seats. I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch. We have a really exciting afternoon planned, so let's go ahead and get our seats. So without further ado, the next panel is Changing the Narrative, Part 1, How Data and Research Are Dispelling Myths About Second Chance.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody had a great lunch. My name is Ken Oliver. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility for Checker and the Executive Director of their corporate foundation, checker.org. Really pleased to be here, humbled and honored that you came to listen to this very important conversation about how we can dispel some of the myths around second chance. I happen to be privileged to be on this esteemed panel with Bill Heiser, Sean Bushway, and Jeffrey Korzenik. They'll get into a little bit about their backgrounds, but we're going to jump right in just for the sake of time. And my first question is for Bill. Bill, you're at the Reform Alliance, and you just launched a new initiative that will bring second chance hiring into the mainstream and expand economic opportunity for people on supervision. The early part of the work includes a focus group that you all did with 4 employers and a national survey of employers just to get a better understanding of the landscape and to see what they were interested in when it came to justice-impacted job seekers. You released these findings from the research today. I think that you're passing those out. Thank you for that. Can you share just a couple of the high-level top findings and implications to the field around fair chance when it comes to employers?
Absolutely. Bill Heiser, Senior Director at Reform. And what we really saw was there's the support for second chance hiring among employers, but that really falls apart when it comes to practice. There's a level of what we've been describing as NIMBYism, where it's like, this is good and people should get hired, but like not at my company because we're special and different and unique. And as a result, like we see a lot more sentiment in support of it than action. But we did see some encouraging results to that end. People felt more motivated. The things that would encourage them to hire folks, they were felt a lot stronger than the things that would concern them. And so I think if we are able to reach them with the right messages around the value this population provides, there's a chance to really move companies and dispel some of the fears that are ultimately underlying those sentiments and the reservations about hiring.
Thank you for that. Pivoting to Sean. Sean, I've had the privilege of interviewing you several times and love your research that you've been doing for decades now. Often employers cite legal and risk-related reasons for not implementing fair chance hiring practices, second chance hiring practices. And your research has yielded a rubric that employers can use to actually screen job applicants with records very quickly and scale and fill many of the jobs without additional costly screening. Can you explain a little bit about your method and how you came to it?
Sure. First of all, my name is Sean Bushway. I'm a professor at the University of Albany, and I work at RAND Corporation. And I did my dissertation on background checks back in 1996 when I was promptly told to find a different topic because no one cared. And then reentry became a thing, and all of a sudden I became one of the leading researchers in the field, because I was one of the only researchers in the field, with Harry Holzer and a few others. So I've had the privilege of being part of the policy conversation around the revision of the guidelines and the EEOC guidelines in 2012. And I've also worked with a number of large companies to revise their guidelines. And one of the things I've learned is that when I'm talking to employers, there isn't a single employer in this room or in general that isn't already hiring people with records. Very few companies just say we won't hire anyone with a record. They may hire certain people with misdemeanors or certain types of felonies, but not other types of felonies, or they may wait a certain amount of time, or they may not do background checks on certain types of folks, certain types of job categories. So basically everyone is hiring someone with a record already. It's about 25% of the workforce has a criminal conviction, active workforce, people that are actually in jobs. The question isn't will you hire people with records, it's whether will you hire more people with records. And the question is how do you do that? And the first thing to recognize is that people change. Most people acquire their records when they're young, and people change, thank God. I'm not the same person I was when I was 20. Whew. Yeah, and most other people aren't either. So, and that becomes an important thing to recognize because you have to be able to identify the people that have changed because most people do. Now, the problem with that in the research is there's one fact that everybody who works in this space knows. It's from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and it says 70% of the people who come out of prison
get reconvicted or get rearrested within, say, 9 years. Okay, you know some version of that number. That number is misleading at best and wrong at worst. It isn't the relevant number for a discussion about the people with records who are free in society looking for work. We did work at RAND where we looked at the probability of getting a reconviction for anybody with a conviction, and it's only about 30%. In other words, 70% of the people who get a conviction will not get another conviction within 10 years. And that number drops even more when you start to look at what people have been doing. So when people have participated in programming, for example, successfully, their risk of recidivism drops even further, such that the risk of committing a crime is about the same as it is for people without records who are young. So that you're statistically indistinguishable, because it's not, as someone mentioned this morning, we're not trying to get to zero, because the population of 25-year-olds without records certainly don't have a probability of zero crime. So then the question then becomes, once we sort of recognize the facts we all use aren't actually right, how do we go about identifying people that are low risk? And we've come up with a rubric that I think should help you sort of think this through. We call it TAP. The T stands for time since last conviction. So it's the longer you spend time in the community. There was a graphic going on when we first came in, that basically it drops dramatically. The risk is fairly high right when you first leave prison or after a conviction, and then drops dramatically afterwards. The second key factor is age. Older people just don't commit as much crime as younger people. One of the things that people have been finding lately is recidivism has been dropping. The reason why recidivism is dropping is because the population of people exiting prison is getting older. The next letter is P, for priors. Most people, in fact, don't have a lot of priors. 70% of the people with one conviction will only have one conviction. So the people with only one prior are just not as risky as other folks. And so pay attention to that. And then the final P is programming. People who successfully complete programs are demonstrating that they're different than they were when they committed the crime. People change, and there's ways for them to demonstrate it, coming out of prison, in community rehabilitation, et cetera, such that they're on a different path. Because remember, if you make it 10 years without offending, you didn't just start desisting at the 10th year. You were stopped at the first year, stopped at the second year, stopped at the third year. And the question is, how do you identify those folks? And people that are doing positive things are not on the same path as they were before. They've changed. So I think that TAP, T-A-P-P, is a useful way to think about it. You'll notice I didn't mention type of crime. It's something we could talk about later. But type of crime just simply doesn't predict much. And that's a really important thing that misleads a lot of folks in this area, where type of crime is often a primary focus.
Thank you for that, Sean. So many follow-up questions are going on in my mind. Hopefully we'll have some time to get to them. But I want to pivot a little bit to Jeffrey, my dear friend. Jeff, I had the privilege of talking to you right at the genesis of your book coming out a few years ago, and it's just been an amazing asset to the field and your work, and we really appreciate that. I want to ask you a question about your book, Untapped Talent, how second chance hiring works for your business and the community. Hopefully everyone's read a copy of that book, and if not, get one on Amazon. It's really a book about talent acquisition and talent development and highlighting companies who have been successful with this model, including risk mitigation, which Sean spoke to. You include a note to those of us who are just as impacted. Can you share a little bit about why you decided to write this book, because you're an unusual suspect here, and why was it important to include that note at the start of the book?
So my work started about a little over a decade ago researching this. I'm now the chief economist of a large commercial bank. Back then I was chief investment strategist, and one of the challenges I had was getting a seat at the table. I would show up at gatherings like this and people would say, what does a banker know about this? And thanks to my friends at JPMorgan Chase, I think we've changed the narrative around banking and second chance hiring. But one of the, there was a audience to my writing and my work that was immediately appreciated what I was doing and understood the value, and that was people who were justice impacted and in prison. I would get notes from people behind bars, and I actually corresponded with someone. And I said, why am I getting these notes? Why does it mean so much? And people said, often once you have that conviction, and particularly if that conviction involves incarceration, you lose hope. And one fellow wrote me, he said, your article then from Barron's Financial Magazine hangs on the wall of our prison library. It gives all of us guys here hope. So I wanted to make sure that people who have been justice impacted understood that they are truly valued and we need them in our economy. We have a labor shortage. I've been writing about the labor shortage for 5-6 years now. It's obviously very evident to everyone now. It's not going away. And so my forward to the book was very much focused on you are not a burden. You think you're a burden to yourself, to your families, to your communities, to your nation. You're actually a resource, and we need you. And as part of that, it wasn't just a sort of writing into the air. I partnered with a very generous philanthropist from the Philadelphia area who financed sending 500 of the books, and then I donated another 100 books into the prison. So it's in quite a number of prison libraries, and it's a really important aspect of my work to me is to make sure that people who have made mistakes and gotten caught, as opposed to all of us who've made mistakes, the subset who've gotten caught, that they understand that they are of value. They're people of value. They're valued by the economy, by employers, by their families, by their communities. We had to actually take the book, change the contract, was for a hardcover. Some of you know hardcovers are often not allowed into prison, so it's a paperback in order to get it in.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeffrey. Bill, I'll come back to you a little bit. I know you guys have historically done parole and probation reform, been very successful at that, and really appreciate the work there. Now you all are pivoting a little bit into fair chance hiring ecosystem, which is why you're here. One of the things that you reported in the study was that companies were reticent to hire people with violent crimes. And for me, working at a tech company, for those of you who don't know, Checker is the largest background check company in America. We hire more formerly incarcerated people than any tech company in America. A great majority of those people have been in prison for violent crimes. We've never had an incident of recidivism in the 8 and 9 years that we've been doing fair chance hiring. Homicide, half of our fair chance people serve life in prison. How do we dispel the myths from the companies that you all have talked to about people who have committed acts considered to be violent when the data actually shows, and I think Sean has some data to prove this too, that most of the time those violent acts are one-offs or crimes of passion that happen once in a person's lifetime, and those people have the least recidivism rate out of all groups. How do we fix that, the data that you found in your research?
Well, I think the challenge that we're up against here is not like a structural one, it's a perceptual one. Because we can provide all the data that Sean shows, as you say, like people with homicide have the lowest recidivism rate. I think research has shown time and again that age is probably the most driving, the greatest factor driving the likelihood of recidivism. But when we're talking to employers, it's really managing the perceived fear and threat that they see in such a person. And I think we have to approach it in that way. So we need to provide them with information about that data, but we also then need to provide them with messages about how this person has improved. The life that they lived in the past is not the life that they will live in the future. And to do that, we need to help them build out real, tangible processes and systems within their organization that takes the fear out of the kind of stratosphere that it exists in, casting a shadow on everything, and ground it in kind of manageable steps for recruitment, hiring, support, training, and growth within their companies. By doing that, you will sort of dilute the potency of that violent conviction by embedding it in steps that give the employer agency and control over their hiring process. In many cases, your process is your vetting, how you're vetting candidates. And every candidate brings a certain level of risk. You know a lot more about these people that you're talking about than you probably do any other candidate out there. I mean, one of the things that we found in our research was there is a strong desire for third-party validators of people with convictions. So be it like ideally another company that can speak to that person's, but a program that they have done, a training that they have completed. And I think we need to sort of shift the conversation away from how you're going to like manage the risk of this person in your company to how are you going to benefit from the things they have done since that time and how they have used their time to improve. But I think that is something that's going to require a concerted effort from like everybody in this room because it is not grounded in reality. And when we aren't tethered to things that are real, like our imagination always exaggerates the threat that posed.
Unwinding narratives we have about others has been an American problem since its founding, right? And so I think to your point, that and focusing really on storytelling, because this field has enough success stories of people who have been in prison for long periods of time across the country where we can point to the value proposition that Jeffrey spoke about.
Yeah, and we need more companies to speak up. There are way more companies hiring, as John said, than are actually talking about it publicly. And I think that we need to sort of take away the kind of power the conviction has over employer perceptions.
Yeah, thank you for that. Jeff, tell me a little bit about what you've seen with implementation challenges of actually going from, oh, this is a great idea, my heart is warmed, to actually execution, right? And what are some of the strategies you've seen for companies to be more inclusive of people who need this type of opportunity?
And I think it's important to distinguish between size of company. A lot of the work that I did and that populates my book is smaller companies, a couple hundred to a couple thousand employees, because there it's the sheer will of the CEO that can make it happen. And that's why you see most success. There are major companies that talk about their second chance program that have fewer justice impacted workers than a local machine shop. And that's just the nature of the beast. I've worked for smaller companies. I worked for a company that at the time had over 200,000 employees. And large employers are different animals. And I think that's part of the value of the Second Chance Business Coalition is bringing these larger employers together. And what I've seen work is it's kind of a divide and conquer strategy. Just as with smaller companies, you need buy-in from the top, preferably the CEO, who, as Brian Faves had said in an earlier panel, not only has to be committed to it, but has to prioritize it and hold people accountable. So it's not just speaking. Then you have the implementers, right? The people who actually review the background checks and those policies. I think cohort-based training, whether it's the Chicago Coalition's or JFF's training program that they took over from Davis Killer Bread Foundation, great for training the implementers once they have the support on the top. But then there's a cultural issue too. And how do you change the culture? Some companies, I think, come with the right culture. Companies that have chosen to be, say, B Corps, certified B Corps, probably have the right culture. But there are other ways of doing it. I like to use the example of Shaw Industries, the big carpet manufacturer. Support from the top. They sent the implementers to the Davis Killer Bread Foundation cohort, and then they created an advisory group that included supervisors from the factory floor, people in PR, marketing, across the firm, and they created essentially a study group. That's my favorite example because they use my book as part of the study group. But I'm told there are other ways you can approach this as well.
Not many. Sean, let's talk a little bit about incentives, because what we hear in the field, we hear a lot about risk management, which has been spoken about today. What is the why a company would want to do this, and what incentives can be put in place for businesses to actually get them over the hump from liking the idea to actually implementing it?
So I think there's two parts. When you talk about the big companies, right, they'll have matrices that they work on with Checker and others that they have to create themselves through FCRA. And they often created these in a back room somewhere talking to a lawyer who says, that sounds like a bad crime, let's not do that. And so they're often not based on research. And so going back to those matrices and trying to think about ways to add additional information. So that first cut, because remember, this is mostly a two-step process. You hire someone, typically contingent offer, you'll do a background check. If they pass the first screen on that, they're immediately hired. But if there's flags that maybe the record's more serious and needs to be more examined, there's going to be some type of appeal process. That's now the EEOC recommends doing that, and it's becoming law in a number of places, including New York, Illinois, and California, that there be this appeal process where people can bring additional information. And so, first of all, getting that process established and base it on real facts, and just having a conversation about why it is that that particular crime is not relevant for that particular person, I think really streamlines a lot of things. But in terms of incentives, I think there's a couple of issues that can be taken from the outside. First of all, negligent hiring is a real thing. Concern is real among general counsels. I think there's some really good work that Envoy just did that sort of demonstrates that it's really limited to a set of crimes. It's not any crime. It's a set of more serious crimes. And what it's doing is it's basically creating a situation where we're telling employers that they're not careful enough. And when you do that, basically you're telling employers that they have to be more careful. And the only way they can be more careful is if when you're trying to identify a really rare thing, is by rejecting more people who would be very good employees in order to avoid the one person that would be a not so great employee. And so we're actually creating the wrong incentives, because we know as a society that when we offer people with work, with backgrounds, an opportunity to work, we actually get less crime. And that doesn't benefit the employer. That's a positive externality that we benefit from. So we should be encouraging employers to hire, not discouraging. And we do have some policies like the Work Opportunity Tax Credit. We do have the federal bonding program, but these are horribly underutilized. And I wanted to hear from the person at the American Job Center in Philly about what they were doing to try to make this more integrated into their processes, because oftentimes these work development centers are completely disconnected from a discussion about people with records that's focused on reentry groups. But 50%, we were able to estimate during a tight labor market, 50% of the men who are looking for work have a conviction. And so job centers and others need to start figuring out what these incentives might be. And we've been doing some work. There's some folks at Harvard that did some work that showed that employers are responsive to some incentives, whether it be insurance policies or wage subsidies, to take a chance on these people that are a little bit more marginal. Remembering there's a lot of people that aren't marginal at all and would make great employees without any other incentives required. So I think it's a two-part process. One is recognizing there's a lot of people you could hire that would be perfectly acceptable. And then there are some other people, perhaps a little more risky, for whom we should incentivize employers to engage. And I often find it surprising that we're not talking about negligent hiring here, or we're not talking about Work Opportunity Tax Credit or the federal bonding program, because those are, instead of just saying do it out of the goodness of your heart, say to the employers, look, you're going to help society at large if you do this. Let's try to figure out a way to help you do that. And first of all, let's stop creating incentives for you to not do this, because that's what you're doing with the negligent hiring. You're telling employers they're not being careful enough, and that's simply not the case.
Can I jump in and real quickly just follow up on that individualized assessment, the review process that for people who are sort of in that yellow zone, don't have the green light, don't have the red light. And we don't have to wait in the business community for policy to change at the legislative level. We can implement policy changes. So things that I've seen worked is don't leave that assessment up to one person whose career incentive is always to say no to that candidate per year. Make it a committee approach. Make one person on the committee an advocate for that candidate.
That's right.
Right. Put people on the committee who are line workers or line supervisors who are suffering, people on the business side who are suffering from the labor shortage and have an incentive to say yes. So there are ways to balance this out. I'm not going to wait for policy. We can do this in the business community.
The other part of that, though, is that you actually can see how they're doing. In other words, I had a company that they said, look, okay, we're willing to go ahead and hire these folks. We're not willing to hire these folks, but we're going to do reviews on them. And then they went and did reviews on them. And I said, keep track of how they do. And after a year, they said, these guys are doing fine. And they changed the rule that those people were hired automatically. And in one change of the pen, 400 people were hired more per month than before. So you actually have the evidence that you need to make your own decisions when you hire people. And remember, everybody is currently hiring someone with a record right now, and you can see how they're doing, and then you can find people that kind of look like them that you're not hiring, and then hire them. So you actually have the ability to see how those processes affect, and if people are doing fine, hire more of them.
Thank you for that, Sean. Jeffrey, I want to ask you a question about stigma and stereotypes of justice-impacted folks. The question is that how do we change that perception? You spoke a little bit about executive leadership, sponsorship, and the importance of that. We've seen that with Jamie Dimon. We've seen it with Daniel Eaton. We saw it with Stuart Butterfield at Slack. Is it a top-down approach all the time, or does it take leadership throughout the organization? And should companies consider how to engage proximate leaders?
Yes. You need the support at the top, but it's got to be this cultural change at the bottom. I, for instance, think a neat path is to get a lot of large companies have young professional groups. Get them involved in going to prisons for like Defy Ventures, right? I'm trying to organize one of my bank's groups to go into a prison with Defy Ventures and be judges for their entrepreneurship contests and things like that. Help humanize, and I think that has to happen at every level. To what Johnny Taylor said early on, it used to be you hire your first gay employee. Wow, that works. That's okay. They're human beings. First black employee. Corporate America has gone through this transition. It has not yet gone through that transition fully enough with the justice-impacted community, but it will.
Just one quick follow-up there, because this is a very important issue to me, myself, the issue about proximity. How important is it to center the people that are impacted and also lift their opportunity to lead the work, because they typically have the solutions to what's needed, not only in the nonprofit sector, in the social impact space, but also in the corporate sector when we talk about fair chance hiring programs, et cetera?
It's critical, but I'm also going to caution job applicants don't get to say who gets hired, right? So you need to engage. I joke sometimes. I've nearly 40 years of lived experience in corporate America, right? and so we have to understand lived experience of everyone is important to come together here. But it doesn't work without the people who have the lived experience of the justice system. People like me have to listen to those voices, but I'll also argue that people in the reform and the justice-impacted community have to understand the business perspective for us to come together effectively.
That's one of the reasons I really appreciate the leadership that Checker has put forth. For those of you who don't know, I'm justice impacted myself. I did 24 years in prison, but to bring someone in at the executive level like myself, who served 24 years in prison, to be on the executive leadership team, to build out apprenticeship programs and be a thought leader in the space, to me, that says a lot about leadership coming from top down. And it's something that the space so desperately needs, because folks who haven't actually lived it don't have the same vantage point and perspective that we have on the ground, because we've lived it. And that's across sector. That just doesn't have to do with just impact people. That has to do with women, LGBTQ community, veterans. You want those people giving you the bird's eye view of what it is on the ground. So thank you for that. Bill, we'll close with the last question with you. What role should the business community play in leveling the playing field to economic mobility for justice impacted individuals? Very important point. And why should companies adopt second chance employment practices?
Well, I think as Jeff and John have said, the business is going to do what's best for business. Fortunately, I believe second chance hiring is good for business. And I think the reason that these companies should do it is because they're missing out on valuable talent, but they're also missing out on talent that has overcome challenges, has overcome hardship. I would not recommend going to prison for anyone's career path, but I do think going through difficult experiences gives you some sort of resilience and strength that people can lean into. And ultimately, once you start hiring and then building supports within your company, those supports are going to help a lot of employees beyond just this population. Flexibility to go see your PO also helps single mothers to go pick up their kids. Better support for your employees writ large will lift up everyone. And finally, I think once you are doing that, then you've got to speak out. You don't build movements in silence. 100%. And I think it's really important that people begin to voice that and to feel like they can do so.
100%. I want to just double click on the economic mobility piece, because I think it's one of the things that we miss in the field often when we have these conversations is what drives mass incarceration, or at least the number one driver of mass incarceration and recidivism, is poverty. And so when we can position people to get access to livable wage and access to economic mobility, that is the great equalizer. We see a lot of these things dissipate. It's been shown over the last 10 years in the nonprofit sector. When you take folks who are justice impacted, you give them a livable wage job, they have meteoric success. And so if we can model that same kind of model in the private sector, I think we'll see some big results in decarceration, et cetera.
At all levels.
Right. At all levels. So I want to thank all of the panelists, and I want everybody to give a big hand for the panelists today. Thank you.
So you just, if you would like, you can go ahead and take a seat. We are ready. So next up is part 2. You just heard data in part 1. So part 2, changing the narrative, how companies and thought leaders are redefining second chances.
Good afternoon. It's a wonderful day in Philadelphia, at Penn, at Wharton. I'm excited to be with you all. I'm Sarah Glover. I'm the Vice President of News and Civic Dialogue at WHYY. News right here in Philadelphia, in Old City. And this is an important moment for this conversation. And as we heard, our title of our panel is Changing the Narrative, How Companies and Thought Leaders Are Refining and Redefining Second Chances. So wanted to note we have an esteemed panel today. I think it's so fitting that they introduce themselves. So we will start right next to me. And go ahead.
My name is Joanne Walker. I'm a senior attorney at Con Edison. We are one of the newest members of the Second Chance Business Coalition. But currently right now, I know who wants to know that I'm a lawyer? Whatever. The more exciting part is I work for a fellowship right now called CEO Action for Racial Equity, which works with companies on corporate engagement strategies and public policy to get corporations to lean further into how can they we stop sort of systemic racism. So that's what I've been focusing on right now for the past year and a half. And my main area is in fair chance hiring. Next.
Like grocery line.
Yes.
Good afternoon,
James.
everybody. James Cadogan, the Executive Director of the National Basketball Social Justice Coalition. We are the advocacy arm of the NBA community, founded in 2020 in the wake of the global reawakening on racial justice that was ricocheting around every corner of the world. The work that we do is principally in advocacy on criminal justice, community safety, voting rights, and policing reform. And we spend all of our time thinking about how we can bring NBA stakeholder voices from players to coaches to team governors and executives to the policy fights that affect our fans and our communities. So really thrilled that the NBA has just joined the Second Chance Business Coalition as well, and looking forward to doing more of this work with you all.
How y'all doing today, everybody? My name is Wallow267. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Reform. I'm the cultural advisor at YouTube. I'm the co-host and owner of the #1 podcast, $1 Million Worth of Game. I come from the struggle that we're talking about. I spent 20 years incarcerated as an adult, well, certified as an adult. I spent 5 years as juvenile. I spent a total of 25 years incarcerated. I spent half of my life incarcerated. I represent the people that the world often forget about. And I believe that you can't teach what you don't know, and you can't leave when you don't go. I'm happy to be here today, and I'm happy to be representing us, the people that the world forget about mostly.
Thank you. This is a titillating group. I'm going to share with you all when I met the panel. I nearly tackled Wallow because I'm a huge fan. He is absolutely amazing. I don't know him. This is my first time meeting him, but I do encourage you to follow him on Instagram, Wallow267. And his role right now in marketing for Reform is a really esteemed opportunity, but I also encourage you to study his social media, and really with this panel and our discussion around changing the narrative, how important it is to be able to tell a story. And that's what I am passionate about, and what I bring to this conversation is that the media has a responsibility to be fair and objective. Objective is a word that gets people riled up, like, journalists can't possibly be objective, but we have a responsibility to be fair. That's telling all sides of the story. And so, Wallow, I want you to tell us a little bit about in your role now as Chief Marketing Officer for the Reform Alliance, what can brands do to improve their marketing capabilities around shifting the narrative and really challenging misconceptions about people with a criminal background?
Number one is start, like I said, you can't teach what you don't know, you can't leave when you don't go. You got to get the people whose stories you can't tell stories of people that you don't even know, you don't even get to know. Sometimes we got to make sure we get the people in place to tell the stories that come from the stories, and stop just guessing. There'd be a lot of guessing, and sometimes it'd be a lot of, first of all, you got to make sure, the company got to make sure that they really want to do it. And it can't be a moment. It can't be a George Floyd situation. You see a lot of companies jumped on it. Now a lot of companies, you don't see them no more. They disappear. Oh, that ain't cool right now. Ain't nobody get killed. Ain't nothing happened. They're black, so it's got to be, you got to make sure that they really on it. And if they on it, they just got to be willing to learn and willing to bring in the people and definitely get the people that's involved and on the front line of it and get consulting from either organizations within the community. If you can't bring them in, or if you can't bring certain people in, but it's like, you can't tell a story if you're just guessing. So I just think that you got to start bringing people in that was affected by it. And when you do that, that's how it really happened. But not just, what I do at Reform is not just for that. It's about I go get with the people who have been affected. And I tell their story, amplify their story. And that's the best way to go about this.
Could I follow up with asking you a little bit about how that ties into Philadelphia in terms of the city, your identity, your, from Philadelphia, and how you've leveraged location and narrative and story. And if you really look at the work you've done, you're a strong representative, not just of your individual story, but of the city. And so I'm curious of how you might suggest that to others, how that you can find place-based or partnerships to amplify a message.
When I came home from prison, from being in prison for so many years, I just was telling people at first. I had a thing I used to do on Instagram called "It Costs Too Much to Be a Criminal." Whether I'm laying in the casket, I'd be in the morgue doing videos. I might even be laying on the ground with ketchup on my head, displaying how it is the moments before you expire when you get shot if you're playing in the street game. So I always was trying to just warn everybody, yo, it costs a lot to go to prison. How prison affect your family, financially, mentally, emotionally, and just trying to share my story the best way, because I wanted these young cats to learn from my story and I live my story. So I was trying to share that, and I love Philly. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful place to me. I just think a lot of times, the media over report black situations, so it make it look like it's just so dark and we just so dark and we just so menacing. And I said, man, look at my feed, you're gonna see something different. I ain't gonna report when somebody gets shot. I ain't gonna report. I'm gonna show you there's the possibilities at the prison, the possibilities after losing a life, because there's more people in prison than it is people in prison because they're in prison in their mind. And the environment can put them in prison. And it ain't a color thing. It's just that some of us, we just so beat up by life. The journey of life imprison you, that believe that you're paralyzed and you can't move, you can't think. I can't do this, I can't do that. The people that you're around. So I knew that if I could change my world, if I could change my mind, I could change my world. And if I could help others do that. Because I see a beautiful place when I see Philly, whether I'm in North Philly on the corner or whether I'm downtown. It's about how you looking. What do you got to clean your eyes so you can see things differently. Because I see possibilities in anything. So I just wanted to share that with the people. And they like, damn, this dude was in jail. He couldn't have been. And I get that so much that let people know that I was able to open my mind and see things. Because the hood and the place that I come from lack exposure. That's why I talk to different people. I got friends of different cultures, different nationalities, it didn't matter. And I was just trying to share that with the people of the city. Like, yo, man, get out there and live. Jump on a plane, get on the train, get on the megabus, go somewhere. See something else so you can bring it back and you can encourage the people that probably gave up. So that's all I was doing.
Thank you for that insight. I'm going to jump back to Joanne and then James. And so as your organization has joined the Second Chances Business Coalition and Con Edison, can you talk a little bit about what specifically the work looks like, what it looks like to actually work with community organizations and other partners to get involved in the Second Chance effort? What's some of the work that goes into all of this?
Yeah, so I think as Wallo sort of mentioned, a part of this narrative, and many of the other panels, there's a common theme that's coming up, is changing bias and talking with people with lived experience. It's so, so important. So a lot of the work that I do at Con Edison is doing exactly that, getting the stories to the people inside the company to change those biases. Because what I've noticed, and I think it was Johnny mentioned,
Hey, just use this. Hey, use that.
Wallow, I'm already following you, and then after your beautiful impassioned speech, and then now you're giving me, microphones. I mean, seriously, national treasure right here. Clap it up. James, you're probably wonderful too. I don't want to.
Not that good.
No, you're fabulous, and these shoes, perfect. Yeah. So channeling back to very important things. So Con Edison, what I've realized is that storytelling is so important, especially when you're talking to folks in the C-suite, because many folks in the C-suite don't always look like, me, or other black and brown people. So what a lot of my work that I've been doing over the past year or so, year and a half, is getting out there. As I don't know if Shemaya is in the room here, who is a very trusted mentor of mine, always has this slogan: you got to get in the streets. You got to get out there. You got to talk to people, and you have to learn their lived experiences in order to tell it. And that's what I've been doing. I've been talking to a lot of people with lived experiences and then channeling that energy and those stories so then I can therefore go and talk to my CEO or other folks in the C-suite. And so, I was mentioning earlier that it's been wild in the sense of, with my CEO, when I first talked about fair chance hiring, and I said, hey, our company is doing fair chance hiring. We should be more open about it. We should think about joining Second Chance Business Coalition. And before I could even get to those points, I had to bring him up to speed on why this issue is important. And when we, I know we're at a business school and we always want to talk about the economics, which is totally true and so important. But the other component to this is empathy and understanding someone else and their lived experience and being in their shoes. And so what my team has been doing also with CEO Action is we did a podcast where we've talked with people with lived experience. And some of the stories that I have learned from them has been so impactful. We were speaking with a gentleman who was incarcerated for gang-related activity. And in speaking with him, he talked about how he wants to make a change. He ended up getting a record deal. He moved down to Atlanta, and he was able to work for a company called Inner City Weightlifting. And he was down there, and he also had another job with a company I won't mention, and he was all set up. As soon as he got down there, he walked onto the campus of the new job. Immediately, HR goes, no, we can't. Something came up in your background check, and I'm sorry. And he was immediately fired on the spot, disheartened. And he talks about, too, through this lived experience, that, growing up, he couldn't dream without failing. Sit with that. There's people out in the world that can dream knowing that if they fail, someone will be there to catch them. And that's not always the situation with many people. And so what I've learned in this work is talking with people. I think sometimes we spend so much time on our phones and so much time just, not present. Yes, my therapist will be like, Joanne, great, channel mindfulness. I got you, Pauline. And so with mindfulness, and just being present, and I think sometimes we just need to take a pause and talk with people, get to know them, why, and also dissecting those biases. Why are you scared? If one of your coworkers, may have had a pass. The question is why? Why, are you going to judge them off that, first instance? Find out the story, learn the context.
Powerful, very powerful empathy and fairness. And wouldn't we all ask of that of each other? So we should all give that to each other. James, very curious for you to talk to us a little bit about the MBA Social Justice Coalition. You've held forums such as in Detroit, in DC, and if you could segue why highlighting community-driven change is important, talk a little bit about that, and then also tell us about the MBA's decision to join the Second Chance Business Coalition and what impact that has had.
That's a lot. I will try to weave them all together. First and foremost, the MBA is a global multinational But at the end of the day, it is also 30 separate businesses operating in 28 different media markets. They all look different, they operate differently, they have different concerns, they have different communities and constituencies, and part of what our job is at the coalition is to try to forge bonds and relationships around the justice issues that unite us. Because we've got progressives, we've got conservatives, but at the end of the day, people care about their friends, they care about their neighbors, which gives us an opportunity to tell the message of reform. When we can do that, and we can do it convincingly, we can do it rooted in the geography and the politics and the culture of each market, then you have a compelling case for somebody getting invested in change. And at the end of the day, to Wallow's point earlier, it can't just be a moment. We were formed out of a moment, we were born out of a moment, we were born out of protest. The goal is to make sure that our institutions that we build within the MBA community sustain over time, that we can continue to push reform year after year after year after year as player cohorts come and go, as executives across the league office or teams come and go. If we build a culture where people are concerned about social justice issues and understand how they can make a difference, that's powerful. And that's something that spontaneously generates anew again and again. And so we always try to make sure that while we have this larger frame for our impact work through the coalition, that we are very realistic and very intentional about lifting up what's happening in each of these markets. So the two examples that you cited, Detroit most recently, we held an expungement summit, co-sponsored the Detroit Pistons Expungement Summit, which was 2 weeks ago, had partnership from Mayor Duggan, the local U.S. attorney, law enforcement, all to, number one, spotlight the 2018 law that was passed in Michigan to ensure that people coming home from incarceration could actually get a fair shot at their job. Those clean slate laws that so many of you have worked to pass and are working to support, incredibly important, but too few people know about it. What we can do in the MBA community is use physical plan and use our brand heft to raise awareness and make sure people know, hey, you have a path back. There are things that are available to you that you need to try and figure out how you get access, and we can help with that. So being there to not only raise awareness in that way, point cameras at it, make sure news organizations are covering, but also to hold an expungement summit at that time so people can come in and get on the road to clearing their record, that's a net positive. And that, again, starts building that drumbeat and narrative within Michigan and within Detroit. Same thing that we did in Utah ahead of All-Star Weekend last year in 2023. We held a similar summit because they had passed it. They were the second state in the nation to pass their clean slate law. And they, even at that point, 5 years later, still were having difficulty with uptake. And one of the things we said is, well, we can make a difference here because so many people are paying attention to basketball. So many people are paying attention to Utah on All-Star Weekend. So we can't lose that opportunity. But the point is we had to have buy-in from the leadership of the Jazz, Ryan Smith. He happens to be a coalition board member now. He wasn't at that point. But he said, I know I can make a difference here, that we can open up our arena, we can hold a summit, we can bring in Spencer Cox, the state governor, we can bring in the county and the city mayor, and they can all be here to say, we care about our fellow members of our community who have been incarcerated. We want them to have a path back. So let's make sure that we are using our political heft to push that message. And those are the kinds of things where you start to see community, nonprofit advocates, frontline service workers, folks who've been incarcerated and impacted by the system, and our business and sports media and entertainment complexes all coming together. It is complicated. It takes time, but where you have real buy-in from leadership and you have real market connectivity, then you can do something special.
That's incredible. Joanne, because you have the other mic right now, I'm going to ask you a question, then we'll go to Wallow. And this is, generally speaking, because you spoke a little bit about organizational culture. If you could expound upon what does an organization need to do to decide it needs to change? What is that internal work that has to happen? And within businesses, who should be involved in those conversations to start to facilitate that?
Yeah. Short answer, takes a lot of work. Long answer, it's a very long process. But how I would answer that question is that before you can go about sort of change management and change within a company first has to evaluate what is its goals, what are its values, and what is its current state of affairs. What's happening currently right now in order to make that change? Once you break that down, then you focus on what are the goals? What do you want to achieve? Is it more hiring? Is it more promotions? When we're working with individuals with criminal records, what do you actually are trying to achieve with that? Once you align the goals, then you need to analyze how the company is currently doing. How are we focusing on those issues when it comes to individuals with criminal records and hiring, as it relates to our goals? Once you do that, then there's this education component. As my esteemed other panelists have mentioned here, we cannot change things if we don't fully understand them. Sit with that for a second. We cannot change things unless we fully understand them. Because what happens and what I've seen is people will approach work, and I'm not just speaking about hiring, but anything. People will swoop in and say, hey, I can save it, I can do all these things. But then, when things get really hard, or when things go by the wayside, or it's not quite as shiny anymore and new, people leave. But if you have that education component, people are less likely to leave because they're really invested in it and they understand why they're doing it because they've learned about it. Once again, I go back to mass incarceration and those sorts of things. How did we get here? And if people understand how we got there, they're more empowered to want to change. So once you go through that education component and talk about the bias, then you want to engage your stakeholders. You can't do this alone. Even as a company, we can never do this alone. And I think I sidestepped one of the questions, but with Con Edison, for instance, we've partnered with 360, which is Lala Anthony's foundation, where she's done work inside Rikers. So right now, our company is working with her and developing a soft skills boot camp course. So the gentlemen that leave Rikers will come to Con Edison and get that soft skills boot camp course, and then we will work on job placement, whether it's in Con Ed or outside of Con Ed into other markets. So engaging your stakeholders, getting that investment, learning from them, because they are your eyes and ears and boots on the ground. Once you've done that, then you need to analyze the impact. Okay, what is the impact that you're trying to make? And that should relate to your goals, your goal setting. Once you've analyzed the impact, then you got to go through the lawyers and the risk and all of that. I know I say that because I am a lawyer, but we got to go through sort of the HR, the risk, sort of that component, but they shouldn't be left in the dark because theoretically you've already had a conversation with them. They are part of your stakeholders. And so once you're learning about the risk and the biases and you've gone through all of that, then it's actually ready to make that change. So what sort of policy are you planning to change? So if we walk through this very quickly, say you want to hire more individuals with criminal records. Okay, that is our goal. We want to hire 50% more coming into the company with criminal records. So then the next step will be, okay, where are we currently right now? Oh, we're only hiring 5%. Okay, well, why are we only hiring 5%? You've determined because basically your company still has no policy in place for ban the box. You just are lopping off people. And so that prohibits people from coming into the company. So that's an area that you need to change. So then the next thing is education. If you're going about to change this policy where you want to have 50% of your workers coming in with criminal records, then you need to go back and educate. Why is this issue important? Where is the biases and all that jazz? Then once you say, hey, this is our goal, we've worked through the biases, now you need to talk with your stakeholders. How are you going to design a program to get that talent into your company? Okay, are you going to go through, partnering with a stakeholder that has job placement? Are you going to focus on sort of a different aspect of reentry? Once you do that, and you figure all that out, then it's time to analyze the impact. Okay, so what sort of impact do you want to mean? So yeah, you want to hire 50% more people into your company, which is great, but is that making an impact in the community? Okay, say the community has, 30% of the people are unemployed, and 20% of those people, okay, within that 30% have criminal records. If you change the policy in your company and you end up hiring majority of those people, okay, with the 20%, you probably theoretically are making a huge impact in that community. So those are the sorts of things that we want to think about. And then once you've gone through all the analysis, then finally you can make that change. Because along the way, you've educated everybody, people understand the reasoning, and you have a process in place to do it.
Thank you so much. That was very comprehensive answer. You got the how-to, the one sheet, all of it right there. Joanne, you're amazing. I have a question for Wallo, and as we send the mic to him, I'm going to read a little bit about him if you don't know all about him. But Wallo, by the time he was released from prison, had over 60,000 followers. I was one of them, which has now grown to 2 million Instagram followers. He has approximately 55 million monthly impressions, reaching 10 million people a month. He wrote a book and started a successful podcast that's $1 million worth of game. It's got over 1.5 million subscribers. With all of that success, you know, that my concluding comment is before question is that Wallow is very talented, as are many other people. But there are challenges for that talent not just to harness itself and be seen. But if you could kind of give us a little bit further peek into what are some of the challenges that people returning to their communities face upon their release, and how can they overcome not just those challenges themselves, but how can we help that quote unquote overcoming to help make more success possible like yours?
First of all, like the scariest day in prison is the day you get out. A lot of people don't understand that. Some of y'all got family members and y'all just don't understand the mechanics of it. Because when I'm in prison, I'm telling my grandma, my mom, my sister, my cousin, I'm this person. This is who I became. But I never was challenged to see if I'm really that person yet. So now I got to come home and prove to y'all that I'm this person. So I got a bunch of pressure on me. So I'm walking out of the penitentiary, I'm scared to death. Because I'm like, I never was this guy before. I never held a job. I never paid taxes. I never obeyed the law. I never wasn't scared when I seen the police. Now I got to, go outside of all the shocking things that I seen in prison. Because when I was in prison, I went young, and I had to go insane in order to stay sane. And when it was time for me to come home, I had to deprogram myself in order to reprogram myself for when I was coming out to real society, to understand that hearing somebody that got raped last night, seeing somebody get stabbed and somebody stabbed them till their arm get tired, I had to reprogram all that to say that's not normal no more. Now I got to come out here and try to figure out life. And then I got the pressure of my people doubting me because I always lost. I lost so many times because most of us that go to prison and do these law sentences, we've been to jail so many times. So grandma like, what you gonna do? You like, Nanny, I'm telling you, I'm different. She like, oh, okay. And she's scared to death every time you leave the house. So you got that pressure alone. You told your daughter, if you got kids, that you ain't gonna leave them no more. You told them that you're gonna do this. Daddy taking you here, daddy taking you there. You told your mom, I'm not gonna use drugs no more. So it's so many different layers based off who the individual is in their journey. So they got all that pressure coming out, and a lot of people don't make it. Because it takes that one moment they could go back and use drugs. That one moment that they say, oh, yeah, we know second chances out there. And they get out there and they say, no, this second chance ain't for you. You're a felon. This is only for non-violence. This is segregated in that second chance thing. This ain't for everybody. You see what I'm saying? Because if I'm not Wallow 267 and I didn't have the drive and the hustle to be able to come out here and do what I needed to do, I probably have been faced with them same situations. And I'm an overachiever. But I said, I'm going to take this whole mindset, this whole grind that the ghetto gave me to be extraordinary and to make things happen out of nothing, and I'm going to take this to the corporate side. Because, damn, if I go over here, I just got to pay taxes. I ain't got to worry about the police, the stick-up man, and this. Now, I'm going to say, that $1 million, the millions of dollars of taxes that I'm paying now, I ain't liking that either. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reality of success. But what I'm saying is, it's a piece that sometimes we missing, and we got to just, I hope that the corporations and we can get together and figure out how can we really mean second chance, and really tell the person that I know you committed murder, I know that you shot somebody, I know you did something violent, but didn't you do your time? You did 30 years, and now you're going to come out here, and I'm going to re-sentence you when you come inside this place and say, I'm going to re-sentence you today. When you did all that, your family helping you, you come in here looking presentable, you know how to speak, you look at me in my eyes, like you're ready to work, you know you're ready to work, but today I'm going to re-sentence you and I'm going to break your spirit. Because I said, no, what you did 30 years ago, you just did it today. So I'm the judge again. I'm going to sentence you and say, you can't get that shot. But hey, you shoplift, come on, we got you. But you did your year in jail, you forgiven, but not you. So we got to be mindful about that because You could throw somebody back in prison or rehab not knowing that you're doing it based off of they had hope. The hope of, when you say second chance, it is a hope of, I got my second chance. Like me, when you walk out of jail, damn, you got a chance. You got your second chance. Some of us get third, fourth, fifth chances. But the language is saying something, but it's not saying the other thing. So it should be second chance for nonviolent. Because there's a lot of people out there that we just leaving out there saying, and we giving permission to say, no, you can't walk in here. No, we can't hire you. You know what I mean? Some people ain't gonna get to the HR telling them that. They're not even gonna get in the building. So it's like with me, it was like I ain't had time for none of that. I'm gonna create my own world. So I came out here and I created my own world because once I seen that phone, the phone was a satellite to me. It was a satellite to touch the world. And I said, hold up. Because I wound up getting the phone in jail. That's how I started my social media, in the cell. I was in the cell in Greatest Fort Prison. When I had that in a wireless hotspot, and I couldn't believe it. I said, what? Because one thing that I knew two things. I knew that generation now, they didn't understand what they had. I grew up with a little black small TV with an antenna, you know, and the pliers to turn it, sleeping on a twin-size bed, me and my brother sharing that, and we was happy. So you mean to tell me hold up. You mean to tell me I could touch this and I could find out anything I want to know? I could research anything. I could find out how to build a spaceship and go to Mars today on this. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? So it was different for me because I come from a time where we didn't have these things, so I could appreciate this more. With these kids, they just think, oh, I got it made. My dad gonna pay for it. My mom going. They don't. I'm like, all right, go. Y'all go ahead and do the games, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take it to them.
Yes.
Because I knew one thing I knew about society. I sat in my cell, and this is why I was able to come here and be this far today. When I looked at social media, I said something is going on. I seen something different. I said, hold up. They looking at that girl because she naked. They looking at him because he an athlete. They looking at him because he got all his jewelry on. They looking at this person because he's a musician. Where's the regular people at? Where's the human connection with the regular people? I said, so when I get on this timeline, I got to disrupt this. In order for you to stop and look at my page, oh, okay, I got you. I'm going to run across this. I'm going to run across the highway when there's 18-wheeler coming. You think I'm going to get hit, but I ain't going to get hit. I'm going to get past it, then I'm going to give you my message. Because I got a battle for attention. So I said, I got you. And then I always thought about it when I was young and I was in Philadelphia and I used to write on walls. That's when I first became a marketer. Because I used to write on walls, but I only used to write on walls in big intersections. And I will write if the wall was like black, I get like yellow spray paint. If the wall was white, I get like red. I get something that would make it pop. So I don't care I knew a certain amount of people would see this because I couldn't get the billboard. So I became a marketer. So a lot of times when we in the inner city, a lot of things that we do things that businesses do, but we just doing it illegal. So I said, hold up. Okay, I'm going to be the best marketer I could be. I'm going to be a marketing man. I'm going to go on social media and I'm going to pump. Ain't nobody going to be able to stop me. They're going to even say I'm crazy, whatever. I don't care what they say, as long as they talking. Because if you get them talking, you got them. I know their attention span is short, so I'm going to make this video short. I'm going to run across the E-way. You're going to see the 18-wheeler. Gotcha. You with me now. But I'm going to give you a message. Because one thing that I do, I make you think, laugh, and cry when you come to my page. So somewhere you're going to get into it. And I said, don't have the money that corporate America about. I ain't got money to put into ads, but I know something. I could be able to beat the algorithm, and I could be able to go across the world with my messaging and my marketing because I don't think nobody can mess with me. Because I come from a place that a lot of people wouldn't have made it from. I've seen so many people give up in there. I've seen people in the free world give up when life happened. So if I could come back and I knew that I was an expert at the comeback, I'm a professor and an expert of multiple things. Number one is I'm a professor and an expert of getting up after, I'm talking about a tremendous fall. And I encourage people to do the same. I'm an expert in marketer. I'm an expert at creating a business. A lot of places you go, people quick to tell you, oh, yeah, where your proof of concept at? I'm not at Reform, and I'm not the chief marketing officer because I just knew somebody. No, I'm that because that's what I do. I build $1 million businesses. and I come from the ghettos of America. And I didn't have no degree. I got a GED in prison. So my whole thing is the possibilities in this. And the place that I come from is a lot of people that if they given a proper second chance, they're going to come out here and execute on levels you never can imagine. But we really got to give them a second chance, not based off of the crime, but based off, you know what, you did your time, let me give you a second chance. So that's what we got to do. So there's a lot more Wallows. I'm just a representative of the people that's coming.
That's right.
So, you know, everybody deserves a second
Thank
chance.
you. That was wonderful. We just have a few minutes left. I want to toss to James very quickly and then ask our three panelists to give us some words of wisdom to go forth with. But James, you know, hearing Wallow's testimony, I'm just so curious how you and the NBA have, you know, you've stepped forward, you're a part of this messaging. What can be done for not just the NBA, but for you all to encourage other major organizations to bring visibility to this issue?
Well, I think Wallow said it best. You have to start with example, right? And proof of concept is not just about a business plan. It's also about what does it take to get into advocacy as an institution that has stakeholders, shareholders, and be in a meaningful way connected to community while you're trying to push an initiative. But that requires planning. That requires time. That requires execution. And so I think the most important thing that we can do is try to be transparent about how we're working through these very real challenges. And one of the questions I get most is, how is the coalition structured? Well, we're a 501c4. We have a board of 15, 5 players, 5 team governors, 2 head coaches, commissioner, deputy commissioner, executive director of the PA. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of labor and management at the same table saying on behalf of the NBA community, how do we represent ownership interests and player interests at the same time as administrative interests and come together around what we should do on criminal justice reform, what we should do on voting rights, how do we think about policing and community safety. That's a process. So I spend a good amount of time talking to people about, well, this is what my board meeting looks like, right? This is the conversation that happens. These are decision makers who are putting out there by proxy what the NBA community thinks and feels. And for other businesses who are thinking about doing this work, like, first of all, you have to be in a learning mode. It's part of why we're so pleased to be part of the Second Chance Business Coalition, because there's so much to learn from other businesses who've already paved the way. But at the same time, you've got to recognize your role. We are an organization that has a platform second to none when it comes to sports media and entertainment. We recognize that. And the mission of the NBA is to bring people together through sports and unite them, right? The joy and the power of basketball. But once you have people's attention, again, Wallow said it best, then that's when you're teaching, right? And so we need to make sure that we are intentional about that at all times as we learn, as we do, as we advocate, and as we execute, being really clear about our journey as an organization and a set of organizations and how we build our values into our business.
Thank you for that. We're going to end with each of you giving us 10 seconds of the thoughts that you could leave us with around why the businesses in the business community should really lean into second chance employment opportunities.
Yeah, I think stating the obvious, these are people, you know, and I think empathy goes a very long way. Giving people a second chance, third chance, 10th chance, whatever it is, people want to do better if they're provided with the resources. You know, I always, when I give talks, I always try to end with James Baldwin, and I'm probably going to butcher the quote, but, you know, he has a quote out there that essentially says, you know, not everything can change. Not everything we face can be changed, but we can't change anything unless we face it. So we have to get out there and just do it, and, you know, just really get in there, have the conversations, and be boots on the ground.
Thank you, James.
I would just say that no matter what position you hold, when you think about whether you're an advocate, a politician, you're an athlete, you're a grocery bagger, whatever work that you have, whatever position that you have the ability to change things. And I think people forget that in our renewed civil rights movement of the 21st century, it wasn't a whole bunch of people who had position or intrinsic power that suddenly ended up changing the world. It was because people of goodwill, primarily people of color, said, we're going to demand something different. We're going to organize differently. We're going to push differently. We're going to think differently. A lot of them have profile now because they developed it, but they said we can do better. And I think that should be a lesson to us all that if you're sitting in this room, you've probably got some power in some position. That means that you too can do it. So to me, the most important thing is to remember there's something that we can all do. So you got to seize that opportunity.
To me, I would say to the people in this room that have position, that have power, that have friends in powerful places, do me a favor. Ask yourself, why should this matter to you? And once you figure out your why, share that with your friends because your opinion is important to them. It's very important. And another thing I want to say, I don't care what race you is, I don't care what age you is, what's your gender. The world is not going to move if we don't work together. I think the same way we found all these reasons of why we shouldn't work together, I don't care if you're Democrat, Independent, Republic, that don't mean nothing. Nothing is more stronger than the human connection. And if we don't figure it out, the world going to continue to get worse. There's somebody that built the bridge. There's somebody that made the bread. There's somebody that deliver your mail. There's somebody that, watch your kids. There's somebody that educate your kids. The world works when people work together. So let's get up off this. Oh, you black, I'm blue, I'm green, I'm straight. You're breathing the same air, man. Like, we got to stop tripping. We always finding a million reasons why I don't talk to him, why I don't talk to her, why I don't talk to her, why I don't talk to you. That's a lot of reasons. I only need to just find one reason that you're a human. Let's figure it out and let's grow. I have a strong belief. No matter how many things, no matter what the media try to share, how many people died today, what happened, I believe, no matter what, I'm extremely optimistic that tomorrow is going to be better than yesterday. I don't know if I'm going to be living to see it, but I just believe that one day we're going to figure it out. And we just going to really say, you know what? We spent all this time fighting with each other when we should have been loving each other, because if we loved each other, we'll live longer. The air would be better. The energy would be better. Education would be better. Healthcare would be better. But we always arguing to the point that the people that's running the world and the people that dictate the policies in our country, they always arguing and mad all the time. Them dudes down White House is aging like this. All based off of arguing. Some of them got good health, they work out. You're arguing, your hair turned gray in one session. It turned gray, the next year you was bald. 2 sessions, you're done. I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Look at him, you know what I mean? So like, straight up. Y'all think so my whole thing is we just got to figure out how do we get together, laugh, love, party, and enjoy each other. And stop looking at the differences that's really not differences, because all the air that we breathe in is the same. But thank y'all for being here today. I appreciate y'all, man. We're going to win.
What a beautiful way to end. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to the panel.
No problem. Where you get them sneak from, man?
So we're going to take a 10-minute break. If you could be back in your seats by 2:10 for the next panel. There are snacks and there's coffee and tea on the 8th floor. If we can have everyone take their seats, we're ready to get started. If we can have everyone take their seats so we can get started with our second to final panel. Hey, Greg. All right, we're ready to get started with our second to final panel. If we can have all our panelists and moderator in their seat.
What are you laughing?
Okay.
But not yet.
Well, that was a great panel, I think, that we ended on. It's been a great afternoon, a great day so far. Let's keep this going with the next panel. It is the role of business schools in addressing second chance employment.
Well, hi there. Good afternoon. It's not evening yet. Well, I want to thank you and welcome you to this panel. I'm going to start by just checking in. If you have a name tag, you'll find on the back of it a QR code. I'm going to recommend you take a look at it so that you can read more about all these wonderful panelists that have been assembled for you. First, you can read who they are right now, but there's a lot more about each of them I think you're going to want to know, and I'm going to encourage you to take a look so that we can spend more time talking to them and hearing from them. I'll say a few quick words about them, and then we'll jump right in. So first, all the way across the aisle is Damon Phillips. And I have to tell you, this is a bit of a wonderful reunion. I've known Damon for 30 years. We were doctoral students at the same time. And I remember sitting with him in Chicago before we ever started our faculty lives. And we talked about the types of work we wanted to do in our careers and how it would make an impact on people's lives. And could we do that in top-tier business schools? We had no idea we'd be sitting across from each other talking about this topic, and yet here we are. And it says something about him that he's found his way here. And again, I hope you'll read more about him. But this is a person that I said years ago when we were in Chicago, thank goodness I met somebody that's like a brother from another mother. So really glad to be with Damon. To Damon's right is Aiden McDonald. And I, again, would encourage you to read about Aiden. Justice Through Code is an organization that does pretty much what you might guess it does and more. And he's going to talk a little bit about the work that he's done, but also because the recognition is this is a panel of people who are the willing. You're here because you care about this topic and want to think about how you might do it in your place or how you might do it better in your place. And so Aiden is one of those folks that's going to talk to you about not only what he does and has done, but ways you might partner, replicate, so on and so forth as you go forward. Sandra Navali and I met when the Tamer Center at Columbia University began this very type of work. Sandra's been there for some time, but they as an institution took on this task and took on this challenge. And I met her then. I knew of her before then, but we've been very, very pleased to learn from her and to have her as a partner with some of the work we've done in my organization. And then Alyssa Lovegrove is someone I've met most recently. That's why she's the one that was comfortable sitting next to me. And Alyssa is a part of the Georgetown Pivot Program. This is another program that you should read about, learn about, get a sense of what they do. And Alyssa is, again, she's an educator. She works in the Georgetown Business School, but also in expanding this work to other institutions. Now, as briefly as I can say, I work at a place called the University of Virginia. I'm a business school professor, but I also have been part of a wonderful organization called Resilience Education. And a few of those folks are in the room. You may know of that organization and its name, and we look forward to working with you and seeing the work that you will do as time goes on. Hopefully, we'll run through a few questions with this group, and hopefully we'll get some questions from you as well if we do this in the right way. So I'm going to begin with the notion that one of the things some of you might be wondering is what some of the challenges might be to doing some of this work. Typically, when I come to a Business for Good conference, a lot of the panels are going to tell you why you should do something and why it's easy. Perhaps it might not always be easy and it might have challenges associated with it. And you're going to notice a theme that kind of goes that way in the way all of us will talk together. So I'll begin with my colleague Damon. And, you know, Damon, as you think about some of the challenges that you've seen as you've done this work now for 7-8 years, I think, what are some of the challenges that you've noticed? You found those challenges crossed institutions.
Right. So I can think of two, I'll put in two categories. So there's internal challenges and then there's sort of external challenges. So internally, it's building the momentum and the interest around doing this kind of work. So for us, the work has usually been a combination of working with students, usually MBA students, and facilitating ways for those students to learn, to gain information and empathy, and also contribute. And a lot of that's through business teaching. But there are, just like in the earlier panels, there are also cultural challenges within organizations as well. Everything from, well, is this really what a business school should be doing? And also, can we entrust MBA students? Are they ready or to do this kind of work? So there is some internal work. I do think, though, that it is easier than a lot of in the private sector, because universities tend to be more on the progressive side, and especially with students, and student excitement and motivation is a big energy that drives a lot of the work that we do. Nevertheless, it's something where you need support, and in each case that I've been involved with, I've been fortunate to have that support. The other challenge, I would say broadly, is a lot of the work that we do is all done through partnerships. And a lot of it is managing partnerships, and started to realize that is one of the most important skills that one has to develop for what we do. There have been challenges from that, and I'll give two. So there have been challenges from constituencies who have had a really bad past history with the private sector, or with the university. So saying that, oh, we're the business school, we would like to help. You need to actually, the actions are going to drive more than words because there's been a history of exploitation. So it's some of that's understanding, and then the other has been trying to work with the private sector and employers, and I'm sure we'll have a larger conversation on that. But what does it mean to fully engage, and from our perspectives, from the work that we do, making those particular connections to employers? There's some challenges with that, but I will hold off on the specifics because I think we can all sort of join in on that.
You know, I will, Damon's doing a little bit of hiding his light under a bushel. Let me add that having a faculty member within an institution who can be a champion with his or her dean and his or her administration, and to be able to say, we have a sponsor that will lead this from the faculty, is critical. There are a lot of occasions when there are people, as Damon is saying, who are really excited, and I just would advise you, to the best I can, the greater degree you can bring someone like a Damon to the table enhances the ability that your program can be launched, and he is significant to the launch both at Columbia and at Wharton. Without him, I dare say, those programs wouldn't be at either of those institutions. So faculty engagement is key, and so thank you, Damon. You know, I'm going to switch to Sandra Navali. Now, you know, Sandra and Damon are old colleagues. Yeah. And in fact, the work that they did together at Columbia is the work she continues now. I'm going to come back to this theme of sponsorship, and I'm going to ask you to say a little bit about the Tamer Center, to say a little bit about the Tamers. I remember coming up to a conference and getting a chance to meet them and see their energy. And so just as we've talked about faculty support or dean support or other types of support, we might also talk about funding and economic support. Thank you.
So, you know, Damon, I think you started with the Tamer Center as our faculty co-director maybe around 2016. But the center and the pre-existing program had been around at Columbia since 1981. And so we had a foundation of engaging in other topic areas, education reform, financial literacy, children's services. That said, when I think Damon had a conversation with our named benefactor, Tony Tamer, who works in private equity, he raised the idea, right, of why doesn't the business school do something in mass incarceration? So I think that became an instigating, catalytic conversation for us to think about a broader strategy. But, you know, there's no mission without money, right? And so we have to, at schools, at universities, find resources to support this work. It is different to other areas that we engage in, where you can do a little bit more opportunistic project, you know, short projects, etc. I think in this area of mass incarceration, we're dealing with often traumatized populations. There's a lot of sensitivities. There was a huge amount of engagement across Columbia University. So approaching this in a thoughtful way, doing our due diligence, all the conversations and prep work before we even started talking to the prison facilities was really key. But that is all enabled by funding, right? And I think we heard today in the conference lots of different ways to describe why we should all engage in this, from a business case perspective, from an empathy point of view, from the demographics and workforce development reasons, and I think all of those tools that you have at your disposal to garner support from your dean's office, your development people, and your donors is really key to being able to do this work on a sustained basis, because it really does require institutional support to build these programs over years, because you know, you'll learn as you start doing. The other thing I would say is credit to Greg and to Tini at Resilience Education, I don't think we would have successfully launched a prison teaching program without their advice and consulting in the early days, because it is such a daunting, different environment to work in those facilities, and the 7 or 8 years of experience at that time was really critical and valuable for our learning about how to do this work better.
Sandra, I do all the complimenting. Please.
You set it up, though, so you sent it here. But just to be clear, after I had the conversation, the first people I talked to was Greg and Tierney about the work that they were doing at UVA. So, so I've been fortunate to be associated with these programs, but the pioneering ideas emerged out of what Greg and Tierney were doing.
So thank you. And let's go on to the next point. I'm also curious about another thing. I mean, money is necessary.
Yeah.
Vision and passion are important. But one of the things I've observed is the work that is the actual operationalizing of the program after it gets going. People in the school are excited about it. Talk a little bit about how you've done that work over time.
I think it's that if you're looking for a home at the institution that you're at and for us at the business school, where there's a history of being able to execute programs well, right? And so we had a lot of experience in executing programs in other areas. We can't tell you how many initiatives and programs that we run. Everything from climate change to nonprofit board leadership, social summer fellowship programs, et cetera, really long list. I would say, though, that this was one of the harder programs to get up and running because of the complexities of community partnerships, the sensitivities across the university, the Department of Corrections. Finding it really, we were able to build on infrastructure that was already set up for other types of programs and adapt it, and also then think about how do we resource it in the right way. But we also had that execution capability that when we spoke to other parties, external and internal across campus, there was a faith that we could actually get this done.
Sure.
And there was a feeling that, we have some stake in the game and we bring some resources. And I think there was a lot of excitement, despite the negative sort of previous engagement that business and private sector might have had in mass incarceration, right? We all know about prison exploitation and things like that. But when they saw that our brand, the Tamer Center for Social Enterprise, right, I think that became a really lovely way to open positively doors that people wanted to help us. And they were super excited that a business school, but in particular with a social enterprise or social impact bent, wanted to engage. There was a sense of trust. But then we also got the question of, so who else are you partnering with, right? And that became a litmus test. Did we understand the dynamics in our community-based organization space? So that's really key. Who you partner with is really, because people are testing to see whether they can trust you.
Aiden, we're going to come to you in just a second around this same question. But, again, for those of you, I'm assuming, who are thinking about the how, comes the other thing that I hoped would come out. Money is necessary, but having someone who knows how to operate programs. And I'll tell you the cautionary tale. The question of why there's a resilience education in the first place has a fascinating answer. This was work that was incubated in a center, and then the center director changed. That happens. Some of you are nodding. You know this happens. In this instance, the folks that were involved had continuity and knowledge. They understood why the program was important. They understood what the risks were and were not. And they were able then to effectively continue management over all this time, even after the core anchoring faculty member departed to a new institution. So again, a little bit of cautionary tales we're giving you as we approach this. Aiden, you're one of those trusted partners. Tell us a little bit about how you establish that you would be a trusted partner. I mean, Justice for Code is a great title. They can all read about it. What does it mean from your side to be a trusted partner? And then maybe as a second question, not all universities and not all other partners would be ready for you. Tell us a little bit about both of those.
Yeah, I guess this is a panel where we're just going to congratulate each other.
We could.
A lot of that was actually due to Damon and Sandra's leadership, the existing resources that existed at Columbia University. And, you know, I had started Just Through Code after coming home, spending 4 years in prison, getting into Columbia to finish my undergraduate, and really thinking, how could we get more people into jobs? Not everybody's going to be able to go to school here. And I mentioned it to Damon over coffee at Pratt. And we actually worked within the university, right? Universities are places of knowledge, so we were able to pull the curriculum. It was actually, we initially taught the Intro to Programming in Python course that was taught to MBAs. We were able to bring in faculty to teach professional skills, you know, negotiations, different aspects of our training. So it was really allowed us to pilot really quickly. I think we talked in maybe October when we launched, supposed to launch in January, ended up being a little bit later in February 2020. And so there was that work there. I think as well, something unique within the Columbia ecosystem is that there's been a lot of work around mass incarceration for decades at this point, right? So our program sits between the Tamer Center for Social Enterprise and the Center for Justice. Center for Justice has been doing this work for a very, very long time, over, like I said, decades. So we had that infrastructure in place, and also those community relationships. I think from the developing recruitment relationships and that aspect, some of that was helpful in terms of I already understood that landscape as somebody that had come through the system, but definitely was supported by you know, the leadership that already existed there.
What would you say makes, so you've talked about the complexities of universities. What is it that the business schools don't always understand about something like a Center for Justice, and the Center for Justice doesn't always understand about the business school? Could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah. I mean, I think especially within the university context, academic context, there's sort of this view of business schools as they're not that academically serious, and you know, that it's just kind of a different space that's kind of put off to the side. I think one of the things that they don't understand is that business touches all parts of our society, right? And we have a unique ability to help shape our students' minds while they're in our programs, right? And I think that's, you know, when we think about why it's so important to do this work at business schools, it's not just for our students, right? It's for the MBA students that work with our fellows while they're in the program through our advising. It's our mentorship programs where we're working with corporate partners. It's really that systems level change where you think 5-10 years down the line, if 10% of people graduating from Wharton and Darden and Columbia Business School now care about fair chance hiring, this looks a lot different in 10 years in terms of pathways to jobs. And then I think in terms of the business school to the more movement-oriented work, I think there's not a real understanding as to what community-based work is. Also that these relationships are very important to have, that you have to develop those partnerships because there is a lot of distrust, right? And so if you're going to do that work and be effective in it, you have to build those partnerships. Something, again, I think Damon and Sandra have been incredibly effective in, but I think that's a very important part that I would say a lot of people probably underestimate.
You know, I'll just share quickly. There was a pattern I had begun to observe, and it's the worst type of positive inequality. So after we started the work at the University of Virginia and we began to expand, there would be reporters who would call to get the story. And the story was always, the reporter would call and they would be talking to me and they'd say, you know, so, you know, the business school is doing this work and, you know, you're doing the work in the business school. And I said, yeah. They'd say, okay, so why is the business school doing this work? And I would say, well, because people, You know, we actually believe in jobs, and we believe in the economy, and we believe that people should have jobs, and we believe that people should be employed. All the things that they said in like that first panel that you guys had about why it was important in the labor market. And then the reporter would say, yeah, okay, yeah, but why are you doing it? And I would say, well, so what you really want to know is you want to know what we're being paid, and you secondly want to know why the people you least expect to care about anyone care about someone. And whoever laughed, that was what the reporter would do whenever I would do that. And I would say, so your laugh is because you don't believe that I should care simply because I work in a business school. Now that says something about business. But then I would say, and if I happened to be across the university in the Department of Sociology, you would have never called me. And then they'd laugh again the second time. Alyssa. Hi. So you've walked this journey too. And, you know, if I dare say, the work you all have done in the Pivot program comes from a different avenue and place, and I think you're working with a broader base of stakeholders than perhaps the rest of us are at this point. So for everyone's edification, I wonder if you'd like to share a little bit about how this might be for a broader base than we might always think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I should probably explain, first of all, the way the Pivot program works, and we are a little bit unusual. It's a transitional employment program, obviously with an academic focus, that's delivered by Georgetown. Well, the key stakeholder in our case is the DC government. So a very substantial part of our funding is actually a stipend that's being paid to the fellows we select into the program, which is allowing them to be in a fully immersive. It's a 9-month program. It's full-time. It's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. You know, you can't do that if you're not getting paid. And we've talked a lot earlier in the day about, you know, the skills deficit, right? And by the way, even 9 months is not enough time to, you know, acquire all the skills that you need. But, you know, it's an immersive experience. It's a significant amount of time, right? People can't do that without having employment. And, you know, one of the things that frustrates, you mentioned kindly before that we talk a lot with other schools, with other universities, you know, here's our model, think about it. The key stakeholder is government. And typically what happens is there isn't an entity that's willing to come in and make that kind of financial commitment, right? So that's one of the things that distinguishes DC and our area from other programs. And it's a very significant piece of the puzzle. The rest of the pieces are similar, right? You know, you've got the business school. We're also a partnership between the Prisons and Justice Initiative, which is outside of the business school, and the business school for all the reasons that, you know, you just described. And we have foundation support, and of course we're trying as hard as we can to develop relationships with employers and generate corporate support, and being in a business school, that helps. But honestly, this program wouldn't exist, won't continue to exist, if we don't have funding for the participants to really embrace the opportunity.
Yeah, I should say, last night Tierney and I in D.C. went to, there's a conference going on. Now the scheduling these conferences run into each other. This one, though, is for HBCUs. And it's for HBCUs that are interested in having programs that are like this. There was the gentleman there from Bowie State. He was talking about their program. Just so I know the room, is there anyone here from an HBCU? There we go. All right. Well, there's a conference going on Friday and Saturday in D.C., and let me recommend you get the train down there. Now, I am saying that. We can ride together if you want. I am absolutely saying that. And they had a reception last night, and part of the reason I'm bringing it up is that there's a gentleman who works in the D.C. government. I've already forgotten this cat's name. But he came up and talked to us afterwards, and he's a part of the D.C.-funded initiative that supports the Georgetown Pivot program. He's also a nice guy. You know, I want to shift a little bit, and then I'm hoping you all have better questions in mind. I want to shift, if we could, to what we can do doing what we do, what we can't do. And I can think of that in a few different ways. So one of the things that I have observed over time is that you come to a Doing Good in Business conference, a lot of stories. Stories are important. Narratives are important. Data might also be important too. Might help enable some things that you might want. Harder to get, takes longer, might not be as evocative. And I'm wondering if any of you would be willing to talk about the importance of data and research in the work that all of us do.
Yeah, I'd be happy. It's something that I think a lot about. We've heard references to data today. It's been a part of the conversation mixed in with the anecdotes. But for every piece of data that has been mentioned, there's somebody out there who has an opposite finding. And well, why is that? And that is that we haven't always taken the time to do the kind of work that well-done research to really get to the bottom of what's going on and to understand things. There aren't, and I don't think there are enough examples. On the academic side, there's been, there are questions that we think that we can answer to be helpful, but finding the corporate partner to provide the sort of data that would be necessary to do that work is difficult to do. And this, I'm not the first one to bring this up. Others have. Sean's brought this up before as well. But this is a way I can, when I sort of think of one way that a university can be helpful, or academia, we do that kind of work. We sort out these kinds of puzzles. We can help understand what about an approach or policy is working because of some aspect of the company, or because of labor market conditions that are local to that region. All these that are really important questions to help us move forward, not always as evocative, right? But I think also very, very critical to that. And I will, I'll just, I think one example which comes up, which some of you may have heard of, is that there's this, there was controversy around the band-the-box study and whether it's helpful or not. And that's something that more research and better design studies need to do. I don't want to get into the weeds, but the main thing is most of the studies, including the studies I've done on this question, we don't have any data on whether or how band-the-box affects whether someone applies in the first place. Right? All of our research is dealing with another aspect of it, and we're trying to weigh in on this question. But we're not really capturing everything, and we know that we're not capturing everything. But that's just one example. There are things on turnover. There's things on promotion rates that came up earlier. These are things that we would be willing to talk to companies about, understanding that there are reasons that a company may be hesitant, and but up to this point, we've even had a hard time having let's have a conversation. What is possible? What can we do together to further this agenda? So, I mean, I think it's both one of the things that we can be very helpful with, but it's also one of the challenges that I think if we solve, it will strengthen the whole movement.
I think the feeling that people often have is the money and the time should be spent on doing the work with participants. And I see that, I feel it. But it's just like the comment made about money by Sandra. Without the data, we eventually find ourselves in a bind. Because there will be naysayers or there'll be doubters. Last night at the event, Bahia Muhammad is a professor at Howard, and she does work with women. Some of you seem to know who she is. One of the things she talked about was, as a faculty member, her not research. And as a faculty member, junior faculty can't keep their jobs if they don't do research. So you get somebody that I can speak her name, and one of y'all, more of you, I'm not talking about her specifically, but someone like her might not get to keep their job. We at the University of Virginia had a guy who had a program, Books Behind Bars. Okay, he's not at the university anymore, y'all. He's not able to keep his job. Yep. That's the way that works, sports fans. So I would just say this type of thing is really important. I just want to jump, since I'm, to the question of what we don't do that people need outside of our programs. What is it we can do and can't do? And Aiden, I thought you might share a little bit about what we might call the gap that doesn't always get filled by the good work we're all doing out there in the field.
Yeah. I think for us there's kind of two things, right? The employment end and prior to our programs. And I think one of the things that's really difficult, and there's sort of a gap, is really providing individualized support to people. It's very difficult for us, right? We've really had to try to really narrow down where we're serving people within there. We went from one program to now 3 programs that take 2 years to complete a life cycle. So I think really getting clear on where people are providing support in that process. Organizations out there that are doing a lot of things, but I think many of us could be doing the work, doing a better job at it, right? And I think that that's one of the gaps, is really understanding how do we narrow down, how do we specialize on that, and then really focus on, what's the next step for people. In our case, it's really getting people to their first jobs, to careers in software engineering. And then we're able to really optimize at that end of that life cycle. But yeah.
So some of the work that you'll hear from a lot of us is this same question. We touch people, I think we do a great job, and then as we follow them, we find that there are other things they face. And we don't always have the resources past our institutions to help. What I can tell you is that we've been trying to build new ways to do that. Resilience Education has a new Resilient Professional Network that is a part of that question, ways of connecting many of these folks that have been through programs as instructors and as participants in ways that connect them after they're not in the room together. Turned out we didn't have as much time for questions from the floor as I had hoped, but let me about this group. You've known in more than one way. This is our first rodeo together, and it feels really good to see all of us still doing this work. My hope is that this work. But I have to tell you, again, having run this game in the business for good, that's not always the case. And so our call is for there to be more of you, more of us, to invite you to come talk to us and find us, either here or later. Our call is to say it's not going to be easy, and we want to try to help you avoid some of the mistakes we've made. And our call is finally that you, in every way you possibly can, keep these dialogues going. And if you need us as examples, please let us know. We're happy to be evangelists for this type of work. Now, Farida's looking at her time, and I got to tell you guys, anything I said today was scripted by Farida. I mean, you talk about a conference organizer. She said, like, at 2:27, scratch your nose, and I didn't, and I apologize. She's done a great job, and I really want to thank her for everything that went down here today. And I want to thank all of you for what you're doing and what you will do. Thank you much.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our final panel for this amazing conference. The title of this panel is The Intersection of Entrepreneurship and Second Chance Employment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just taking a second to transition here. I'm very thrilled to have this session, and in some ways, this is a sort of full circle. One of the things that the work that we've done, it's hard to imagine it. This is to some of the earlier points, without really integrating and centering people with lived experience. So, from my perspective, it really resonates with some of the things that some of the folks earlier have said. And for me, it's been, also just sort of source of education, insight, wisdom, and inspiration as well. One question one might have, and something that we'll talk about in this panel, is, we're talking about entrepreneurship, but what does, why are we talking about entrepreneurship in a conference that's on employment? And we'll get a chance to talk about that as well. But let me start by introducing the panelists here. So I'll start there with Mike. So Mike Butler is, I'm going to do very short introductions, and then the questions we'll have them talk more about what they do. So it's Mike Butler, who's with the Fountain Fund, who's the site director. You have Michelle Campbell with the Five Ventures, Cos Marte with Conbody, and Tony Willis with Ardellis House. And these are all organizations that have and continue to do amazing things. If you haven't heard about them, please take some time to educate yourselves about what they do. What this panel is, it's a panel that can help us really think about entrepreneurship from a lot of different perspectives. We have people who are social entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs in the commercial space, representing organizations that support in different ways, and so it's just this great opportunity, and the first time I've had a chance to be on a panel like this. So since I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm going to leave it to the other panelists to speak on things. But let me start. So I'll start with you, Mike, and then we'll head this way. So first is how does the Fountain Fund tailor its services to support justice impacted entrepreneurs, and just a bit on what the Fountain Fund is and the philosophy behind it.
Cool. So I'll start with just the philosophy around the Fountain Fund. What we are in the business is of like just human beings giving people their dignity back in regards to capital. It's so hard for people that have been impacted by mass incarceration, whether that's due to the record that they have or the time that they spent behind the wall. They tend to come out here and don't have a track record of anything. So we found our niche in, providing that service, that connection to capital that people they need that. And we do those things in the form of microloans. We give people microloans in regards to consumer loans, vehicle loans, housing loans, and small business loans. We do that at a 3% interest rate. The only thing that a person has to do to be qualified for that is to have been impacted by mass incarceration. The second thing that they have to do is they have to have a means to pay that loan back. And because people that have been impacted, work comes in many forms and fashions. Not all of us are able to get a regular 9-to-5. Some of us get paid under the table. Some of us collect SSI. Some of us just get, benefits. So what we did is that we take any income that's coming in a legal way. We look at that as you still having dignity and being able to connect with whatever you want to get in life. So that's a little bit around what we do and how we specifically target and help the community that has been impacted by mass incarceration.
Thank you, thank you. So Michelle will come.
I can be lost.
Yeah, so I'm very, very interested in sort of understanding sort of what Defy Ventures is.
Yeah.
Reason why, it's one of the most well-known organizations in the space, but sometimes when people say, so what do they do, then you get various answers, and I think some of it's because it's also changed a bit over time, so I thought this was a great opportunity for you to share what Defy Ventures is and what it's doing now, especially around these questions of entrepreneurship.
Well, first of all, thank you. And thank you all for staying for the last session as well. Woo! I know, I've been to enough conferences to know, like, do I need to stay for the last one? So I appreciate you for doing that. So Defy Ventures has been around for about 13 years, and you're correct. It has changed and morphed over time, and recently, because of the pandemic, we've had to really think about what our organization needs to be in these spaces. So we use entrepreneurship as a tool to help change mindsets. And we use humanizing language. We call the people who go through our program entrepreneurs in training. We do not call them convicts. We don't call them felons. And that change in mindset is not just for the people who participate in our program. It's also for every single partnership that we engage in. So that goes from meeting with the head of the Department of Corrections to talk with the institutions. So there's a mindset shift there. We have to talk the way we talk to the correctional officers who oversee the program to make sure that it can be successful. And then we're an inside-outside program, so our program is for about 10 months, but our main focus is to help people really address these self-limiting beliefs. And if you don't change their mindset, you're not going to have successful. And then we partner with employers who come into the facility with us and work with us and mentor the very people who we're trying to get them to hire. So they don't just come in for, and just observe. They get to have a real connection with the people who are on the inside, people behind the walls. And we have a couple people here in the audience who have, been volunteers, and then we have somebody on our board, Cause is on our board, right? So we try to permeate every aspect of this, from human resources people, future employers, the judges, the corrections side. We create an ecosystem and we try to change people's minds about who they hire.
Thank you, thank you. So Cos and I have been on various panels. I mean, over the years, and you're well known for your business, but also how your personal journey sort of informs your business and your business model as well. So you could build off the Defy, or there's.
Yeah, I'm a Defy graduate, not only a national board member now. Defy changed my life too. I came home from prison 11 years ago, a little bit over 11 years ago now, and I bumped into Defy with this idea of starting a prison-style boot camp, where we hire people coming out of the prison system to teach fitness classes. When I first presented it, people looked at me like I was crazy, because they were like, "You're gonna have ex-cons, trash talk, white woman, and yoga pants." And I was like, I think it's a great idea. And it's still 10 plus years going strong,
But yeah, that's the business that I started. You know, coming out of the prison system, it was based off of my personal experience where I lost 70 pounds in 6 months in a prison cell while I was incarcerated. I did 6 years. Came home with this idea and just kept hitting the ground running. And then on top of that, I started another company called Con Bud. I got one of the first cannabis licenses in New York State. I was lobbying and, you know, pushing for legalization in New York State. And once that happened, they actually gave the first licenses to people that did time for cannabis and also had a net profitable business for at least 2 years. So I jumped on that opportunity, you know, as soon as they gave me that, and we're in New York City now. So it gets longer story, but that's my whole mission, is to hire people to work in both businesses. We have both locations located in, you know, I got the gym on the second floor, so I'll, you know, change your body and then also change your mind on the first floor. So, if you need something, I got you.
I'm not going to ask you which you should go to first, but so one of the things that we haven't had enough, I don't think, time to talk about today is mass incarceration in women, and I think I mean, this is a great moment to sort of talk about this. So I met Tony Willis, I guess a year and a half ago. Came to one of my classes with a few others who probably here too, and it was just an amazing resource, and it was like, oh, I need to find out more about who she is and what she's doing. So she is the founder of Ardelis House, which is here in Philly, and I'll let her say more about the mission and the impact on the community. But it's unfortunately rare, but incredibly important role that you're playing. So,
thank you, my new BFF. Hi, and again, thank you everyone for staying, because I'm like Michelle. I'm usually looking to see what else is going on or trying to go somewhere and feed my face. I am the founder and executive director of Ardelis House. When it comes to mass incarceration, women are still the fastest growing population when it comes to mass incarceration. And we never have a seat at the table, and thank you for bringing me to the table to talk about the work that we do. Ardelis House is a full wraparound service we have. We started out just doing housing, because you can't do anything else if you don't have a place clean and to lay your head. You can't do anything else. You can't look for employment. You can't deal with your children. You can't do anything else. And usually when women are released from prison, 9 out of 10 times they have to be mom as soon as they step outside that door, because that caregiver is meeting them at the prison with their children. So they don't even have time to deal with the trauma of being incarcerated. So it's important for me to always talk about the challenges. And I love some of the new words, because I hate convict, I hate ex-felon, I hate all those words. But now they're telling me I'm a woman with lived experience, and I just like that, because it sounds a little dangerous that I have lived experience, you know. I like that title. Those other titles they can keep, but the woman with lived experience, I like that title, so I'll keep that one. So it's just important for us to talk about this population, because again, when I go to conferences, which I'm leaving here and going to one in New York, when they talk about mass incarceration, they always talk about the men, not the women. And women need housing more than anything. They need housing. And then once they get housing, then the employment comes. Men that are here, that are formerly incarcerated, 9 out of 10 times, men can look at Betty, who they might have been running with before their incarceration. If anybody here named Betty, I'm sorry for using your name. But they could look up whoever they were running with before mass incarceration, before they were incarcerated. Women, they can't. They can't. And a lot of times they can't even go back home, because either that environment led to their incarceration, or they burned those bridges that they can't go back to where they were. So one of the things that we did that I'm so happy about, we have a bill called the Dignity Bill that I worked for the last 5 years. that just became law. The governor signed it December the 14th, and that's to stop shackling women during labor. Yes, they shackle women during labor. Where are they running to other than to find some more drugs because of that pain? To give women unlimited feminine hygiene products, to make sure women only get strip searched by female guards and not male guards. So I could go on and on and on and take up the whole thing, but this is some of the work that we do at our Dallas house, and we have a full wraparound service, mentoring and family reunification, because that's so important.
So thank you. So I can put this out to anyone, and Michelle, you talked about it a little bit, but I opened by saying, well, why are we talking about entrepreneurship at a conference with employment? I mean, it's in big letters up here in bold, right? And so I would put that to you in terms of the work that you do. What do you see as a relationship between employment and entrepreneurship?
Being impacted myself, especially for the amount of time that I was, a lot of opportunities when it comes to employment. They're like these entry level positions, but these entry positions, you can't get to another place. You can't elevate without being educated. And then a lot of us just don't have time to do that, right? So entrepreneurship plays a role because there's no telling what you can do with that. There's no telling how far you can go with that. You just need the opportunity for it. Obviously, employment, money, it kind of fuels those things. It fuels you connecting to your dreams or your aspirations. And I feel like that's kind of where this thing starts to bridge. People just, when you went to prison, when you're 18 and you did about 40 years in prison, who wants to come out and work in a warehouse? It's hard. I don't even want to bend down. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my back hurt chasing my children. So imagine a person that's about 65, but the only thing that they can get is working in a warehouse, picking up boxes. How long really is that? How long can you do that? You know what I'm saying? So, like, giving people opportunity to start their own businesses is like the wave in Philly. You know what I'm saying? I see that as the wave. I promote everybody to do it. All of us are not going to have the greatest of, ideas, but we still want to open that door. We still want to educate, because even though at the end of the day a person's dream might not come true in regards to that, educating that person can open other doors, right? Where they can make a business out of teaching someone how to create a business. So it's just like a full circle for me.
That is so important, because a lot of people won't be able to find meaningful employment because of what their conviction was.
Right.
So I tell the women all the time, if you got Nana's bread pudding recipe, let's figure out how to sell that, and let's try to market it. So that's so important, the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I think about this as, we say this is about second chances, but in the DeFi world, we think about this as first chance. Because this is really the first chance that they've had to invest in themselves, have other people invest in them. And so I think about this as the first opportunity. And we're having this conference because this is not the default of employers, right? So if this was the default of employers, many people would not actually even go down the entrepreneurship route. They'd be able to come out, they can successfully, integrate back into society, to their communities, to their families, with sustaining jobs. That's not happening. So what we try to do is help people think outside of the box. What skills do you have? And so many of them, like, we work with people for 2 years, right? We do like 10 months on the inside. When they come home, it's another. So we're really helping hone in on their skills, and they work and they get coached and mentored by business people. And so last night I was at one of our coaching events, and it was so amazing, like, just to hear just some of the things that we think are just normal resources, they're like, wow, I never even knew that even existed. I didn't know I could do this, right? So you're giving them tools that they've never even heard of, simple things, right? And then we help coach them through sort of the ideas, and entrepreneurs, we have like 20 ideas, and then how do we make that into one business and streamline it? And how are you going to be able to support yourself? And then when they come in these endeavors, they have to sort of start making sales. And sometimes they understand it's really hard, and then they work for someone else, and they become just entrepreneurs, but intrapreneurs, right? They become like the best employees because they understand now what it takes to be employed and stay employed. Is that people who start their own businesses who are for sure they only hire people who are formerly incarcerated. That to me is the biggest win.
Yeah, no, I don't think everybody could do it, and it's extremely difficult to start up a business. But I think it needs to be a hybrid of both. Like what Defy is doing, what you guys are doing, like having a job and a side hustle, and hopefully that side hustle becomes a full-time job. I came home, I was cleaning toilets and cleaning people's apartments on the side while I was, training and then doing Defy during the day. I had 60-hour or 80-hour work days, work weeks, and I was just nonstop relentless for years and years until I made just enough money to like leave that job. At regular job, and I was denied so many jobs, but I started off as an intern. I lied on my application. I said I didn't have a phone as an intern, and then I had one of the directors. We found something, and I was like, I've been denied every single time I say yes, so this time I lied, and I got an opportunity now, and they were like, well, we don't want you to lie, but we're going to give you a chance. And so I got that first chance, and this was I started an internship with Goodwill Industries. They had a resume lab where I was creating resumes for individuals. So I started doing that as an intern, then became a full-time job, and then I left that full-time job to continue the endeavors with Combody. It hasn't been easy, and it's still not easy. It's because, but what I love about entrepreneurship is that I'm now like setting up my own systems. It's not your traditional, hey, 9 to 5, come to work. I'm dealing with people that never used a computer before, never done half of the stuff that they're doing at work. So I really have to educate them and really have an open door policy where, if they feel like they're going to do something wrong, we're their 911 call. We have a Slack channel where it's like, this is emergencies. Like, if you feel like a couple months ago, somebody said, I thought I was gonna rob somebody because I needed to pay rent, and he was in his feelings and quiet at work. And when I was like, yo, you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. I was like, yo, you really okay? He's like, nah, I can't pay my rent right now, And I was like, all right, let's figure it out. He was like, yeah, I was about to rob somebody yesterday, And that's the communication. That's what we need to like have, that open conversation and be so transparent with them. Be like, all right, if you feel like you're gonna do something, like talk to us. We might not have the money, but we're gonna figure out together how to make this money and get it to you. Right.
About how many employees do you have now?
38.
38.
Yeah, 38 full-time employees. Yeah.
And, not to disparage the employees who may not have had lived experience, but what's your experience with working, was kind of earlier in the day, there was conversations around how employers have experienced the success stories, I guess I would say, of people who, hiring people who have a record. You now have you come from a different perspective from the get-go, and like you said, you understand aspects of it, and so I'm also curious about just what your experience and what you kind of learned in terms of hiring someone who may have justice involvement. How do you think about that, especially for those of us who aren't going to come in with your perspective?
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing that I gain from my employees is loyalty. I can't even fire them. They don't even want to quit, because they're having fun at work. I got people that's been working with me for 8 years, 7, 8 years straight, and they love it. Somebody told me the other day, I was like, I want to be here with a walker and still come to work. Like, I love this place so much. And I'm like, damn, I was trying to get rid of you. No, but it's the loyalty that they have, the camaraderie that's being built between the people that also been justice impacted is so special, and the energy is insane. You won't find it, I don't know. I feel it every time I walk into work, like the love, the community, even the customers don't want to leave, when they come take a workout class and they just sticking around. I'm like, yo, I got to close the door, but it's different, it's different.
I see you nodding down there.
It is. It's true. I only hire people. I guess I'm just isolated in that. Like, probably not, because you got 38. But I go out my way to hire people that have been impacted. Why? It's not a second chance. It's not a first chance. When people that have been impacted get a job, it's a new life. And the reason why employers look at it like, oh my God, they're amazing, is because this is their life. This is not a job. This is something that's going to sustain me, either A, not going to prison, B, not robbing someone and potentially hurting them and causing harm, and 3, it just, like I said, it connects you to the things that you want to do, right? Sometimes it's hard because the number one thing that we miss when we're behind the wall is learning how to communicate effectively, right? A lot of times we just don't know how to communicate the things that we need. So to be able to hire people that have been impacted, to let them know, like, when you look at me, I look at you, and vice versa. And when you got me, I got you. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Like, that's the loyalty. It's like, they're not saying that they might not take your food if you ain't got your name on it in the fridge, right? But the loyalty is, I don't want you to fail, because if you fail, then I fail. Because if you got this position, then I might get this position. So it's like, it's like you paying it forward and you helping that community out. I went by a philosophy. There's things in communities, and people that are Islamic in here would know what I'm talking about. It's a collective effort, and it's an individual effort. Everybody can't be Wallow 267, right? Everybody can't be you. Everybody can't be me. But there's things that people are called on in our community to do in an individualized way, right? Because we might have that communication. We might have that way to reach some people. And with that power that we have that they spoke to in the previous panel, we need to bring those people up. We need to bring them with us, right? And so, like, hiring people in my company, we don't just hire them to say, I got people that are on my payroll that have been impacted. I'm hiring them so that they can potentially take my job. Like, I got a couple colleagues in this room. I tell them I'd never hire someone that I don't think is better than me. Now, I might not tell them that they're better than me, because I don't want them to take my job right now. But the reason why I chose them is because I see things in them that I didn't have. And if I could get them to that faster, who's telling what they could be, right? They might bring me along, and I might be holding on their coattails to get somewhere else. So, yeah, man, I love my job. I love what I do. I love this community, and you know what I'm saying? Like, we do, hire other, folks, but the people that I put in position in my company, they're impacted. and we don't ask what you were how you were impacted as far as what you went to prison for. Because that might be one of the hardest stories that a person has to tell, whether it's the seriousness of the crime or being traumatized by reliving it and talking about it and then not talking about it in an educated way. So you've been impacted, fill this out, you know what I mean? And if you got the skill, I'm going to get you there. And if you don't, I'm going to get you educated to get there.
So I'm going to end with one question, and it's building off of this, but it just reminds me. Sandra Novelli, you probably remember this when we first started teaching entrepreneurship. This was probably still when we were only in Taconic. When we asked people what they wanted to do, we realized that most of them, even when you're talking about entrepreneurship, had a social mission in a way that's very different than your normal business school. So we came in sort of with the more normal business school curriculum in the syllabus and realized right away that some of it wasn't really matching what people wanted to do, whether it was a for-profit or a non-profit. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Michelle, I'm assuming you see this too, then, given your vantage point, right? And so maybe you can start, but my last question is sort of have you guys sort of talk about, what for me was part of my education coming in to this. But now it just sort of seems like a course. But at the time, I was naive about that particular point. And so I wonder if you could talk about that too.
All right, so what's your question?
Talk about the relationship between, or why do you think we see with these groups of entrepreneurs that whether it's for-profit or non-profit, that there's a social mission often close to what they are doing?
So what I found working with entrepreneurs in training is that they really want to change not just themselves, but the people around them, right? They really want to come back and I've had this experience and they want to share it with people and they want to make it a mission. We hear that so many times, I want to be a social worker, I want to do this, right? So they tie, if I'm answering your question correctly, so they tie in this entrepreneurship into change, right? You'll find people who are entrepreneurs just to make money, but the people who are social justice impacted, who go through our program, it's bigger than them, right? It ends up being bigger than them because they know what's at stake if they don't have this ripple effect. And one of the things that we build in is a peer component to it. And so we work with people who have every single sentence, including life sentences. And people are like, why would you do an entrepreneurship program with people who are never going to come outside, right, ever? And that's because they get to help the people who are going to come outside, right? They're like, we can't get out, but we're going to make sure that we help you never get back here, And also, because our program is really to help shift mindset and living your best life and being the CEO of your life, you can be the CEO of your life inside. And we have a gentleman who's working with a mural arts program in Philly, and he's creating all these amazing pieces of work with his team who are on the inside, who are at Graterford or now Phoenix. And some of the work that you see displayed in our communities are coming straight from that program. And I wish people knew more about the connection between our communities, entrepreneurship, and people who are incarcerated.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I think the biggest thing, and I can speak for myself, I think is about redemption. It's about, I don't know about any other states, but I know in PA, there is no restorative justice. There is no way for me to clean my name other than going to prison and becoming a ghost, where nobody can think about me. So whatever impact I had on my community just dies down, right? So that doesn't satisfy the community that these things happen in, but it also doesn't satisfy me, because as a human being, you want to correct your wrongs, you want to atone, you know what I'm saying? You want redemption, you want people to see that redemption, even if it's not forgiveness. It's just to see that I'm just not this bad person that I once was, right? So I think, to answer your question, the reason why, you know, people that have been impacted when they create businesses, why it looks so much like they're going for that social impact, is because you can reach the masses. When you commit a crime, it goes on the news, and everybody gets to see it, regardless if they pay attention to it or not. You can see it. So what can I do that can affect the masses? I could create a business, and that can affect the masses. So that's why it starts to, you know, mirror. It mirrors. And, you know, a lot of times coming out, you know, when you're behind the wall and you're becoming this new person, money is a thing, but it's not the top thing, right? So we don't think about creating a business that's going to generate a lot of money. We're trying to create businesses that generate change, that generate hope. So, you know, sometimes people come to me and I'm like, shit, man, sorry for my French. That's not a good idea. Like, we're not going to make no money here. You know what I'm saying? And that's like one of the hardest things, because I'm really telling the person, like, your heart doesn't matter here. Like, I know you want to give this out to the world, but it's not going to help you take care of those kids. And I don't know if you want to get the loan from me, because you got to pay that back. And, you know, this might not generate any money, you know? So, yeah, to answer your question, man, it's about redemption. It's about getting that restorative justice that's so missed in Pennsylvania. It's about being able to atone and just be looked at as not like Mikey, you know, that was a terrorizer, you know, but they don't look at Michael, who wants to bring about change and who wants to help his fellow person out, you know.
Thank you. We have a minute left, and wanna.
Yeah. No, I think where there's a problem, there's an opportunity, and I see the system as the bully. You know, the system put me in this situation where I got locked up for 2 bags of weed when I was 13 years old. I got placed on probation. I violated probation for smoking weed. Now I'm doing a year in prison. Now I'm doing another year in prison because there's no other option but to go back to the streets. You know, and so I saw that revolving door. I was arrested about a dozen times. And so for me, it was just going back and forth and not seeing any way out. But when I realized, like, this is a problem, there's an opportunity to fix it. You know, let's fix the system, and by fixing the system, like, we have to speak to these legislators and go lobby. And, you know, I'm in New York and Albany. You know, we spoke in Congress, you know, and testified in front of Congress in D.C. Like, just hitting the ground running and sharing our stories on, like, yo, this whole thing was created by this old white man that had no idea, you know, what we had to deal with in the hood. You know, like, let us be the people on the seat and the table. You know, listen to the people that are part of this, you know, solution. And that's how I see entrepreneurship, and that's why I see the people that, you know, are building these businesses with Defy, wanting to hire the people coming out of the system, because we know how to fix it. You know, we know what the problem is. Like yourself, you know, you're doing the work over here in Philly. But that's my thought.
All right. Frida gave me the 30 seconds. No. Yes, but I want to, yes.
As always, I have so much to say with these couple of seconds. Listen, these women, they're mothers, they're daughters, they're sisters, they're grandmothers, they're coming home. I just need you to welcome them coming home. That's what I need you to do. I need you to help them help themselves, because we try to give them the tools that they need that when they come home, they're successful. And they're coming back into different neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods get upset, especially when I opened up my first house. They didn't want them. you know, but now they're happy that they're there, okay? But just remember, they're coming home.
We'll end on that one. So thank you so much. And yes, thank you everyone for staying through, and hand it over to Janae.
Thank you, Damon, and I want to thank our panelists for sharing your perspectives, sharing your stories with us today. I know I'm leaving this day much more inspired than I was when I got here, and it's in no small part due to the work that you all are doing beyond this room. And so just want to thank you all for sharing your perspectives with us today. I'm Janae Hulkins. I'm Senior Director of Policy and Corporate Initiatives at the Business Roundtable, and the Business Roundtable is one of the founding partners of the Second Chance Business Coalition. One constant theme that I heard throughout today's discussions were talent is everywhere and opportunity is not. Part of expanding opportunities for people means being intentional about the unique barriers that certain communities face. And when I think about being intentional, I often think about Angela Glover Blackwell's curb cut theory. For those of you who don't know, I'm a new mom, and I'm often very thankful for the curb cuts that are in the sidewalk when I'm pushing my daughter down the street. Those weren't made for me. They weren't intended to help me, but they do. And I think we all can relate to that. You know, when we're lugging luggage through an airport or trying to get to where we need to go, oftentimes that curb cut is very convenient and helpful for us. And the curb cut is a powerful illustration of how thoughtful implementation of policy and programs designed to benefit one community of people often ends up benefiting us all. So my ask for everyone here today is to be intentional about advocating for opportunities for people with a record. Let's be intentional about the work that we can do within the spaces that we're in about removing those barriers to employment and opportunity. So for the business community, I also have an ask. If you're a large employer and you're looking to engage on second chance employment issues, please do reach out to us at the Second Chance Business Coalition. You can find more information on our website, secondchancebusinesscoalition.org, and we'd love to connect with you and work with you on taking those internal policies and practices, taking a look at it, and seeing where you can be thoughtful about removing barriers to employment for people with a record. Our communities and our economy will be stronger because of it, and so I ask that of you. We've also heard companies who are engaging on the policy front. We should be joining arms with folks in that respect as well. And just want to lastly, before I end, want to say a big thank you to our Second Chance Business Coalition co-chairs, Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JPMorgan Chase, and Craig Arnold, the CEO of Eaton. Without them, we would not be, at least BRT and the Second Chance Business Coalition would not be here in the way that we are today. So really want to give a big thanks to them. I also want to shout out to the planning team that were really behind the scenes on making today a possibility. So I'll start with the Business Roundtable. Very thankful for my colleagues, Dane Lynn, Liz Oberg, who's also here, and Jennifer Cummings, Molly Connor with the Business Roundtable. Thank you all for your support and help in making today possible. The Fratelli Group, Francis Cox, Mackenzie Carlin, thank you for the support in making the programming seamless and making sure that we had a strong agenda. And lastly, I want to give a really big thank you to the Wharton School and the Wharton Coalition for Equity and Opportunity. Damon Phillips, thank you so much for your leadership. Farida Griffith, thank you for your partnership and all of the work you've done to make today possible. And Maddie, thank you as well. You all have been great partners. I'm so happy that I had a chance to work with you all. I feel like I'm leaving with friends/family after today, so really, really appreciate your work and partnership in making today possible. But with that, I know that some of you all are staying and planning to attend the post-conference networking event upstairs. Please head up room F80, the SAIL classroom. It's located, on the ground level, I'm being told. So go this way, and there will be people to guide you. Thank you all for your time today.